Good evening.
Should I say Dr. Brown? I'm sorry I skipped that. I know it took years of your life to get there.
Retired.
So our first order of business is the administrative approvals, and Reagan is recused herself on 160 Court Street, so we'll do that one first.
Did you announce 2 people are absent? Did I miss that?
No, I didn't announce. 2 people are absent.
Yeah. Counselor Bladelock and Heinz Sockschuper will not be in attendance.
All right.
Do we need to vote on the withdrawal request, or just, it's just a withdrawal?
Is that the Pleasant Street?
Yeah.
You could do that. I mean,
What's withdrawn?
92 Pleasant, I guess, is withdrawn.
Okay, we have a work session that's requested to withdraw. Why do we need to vote on it, but can somebody make that motion?
Move to, that we accept the request withdrawal.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
No more excuses, Nick.
All right, administrative approvals, we have 4 tonight. I think 2 went out originally at the end of last week, and there were 2 added on.
We'll do Court Street first.
Sure, with both Court Streets?
No, 160.
160, okay. 160 Court Street is, I think there's 3 main revisions to the previously approved plan. I know Carla's here, but I'll give it a shot. The changes are all pretty evident on Carla's drawings here. They're looking to revise the front door on the so-called liner building, go from a 4 glass panes to 2, 1 per door. You can see very clearly the door they want to replace the approved door. That's number 1. Number 2, I think they've got a simpler or different eave design that's already been installed. So a lot of this has come out of the review from the planning department prior to occupancy. And they're revising that eave design in the cornice along the same liner building. And then third and final, I think there's a cornice and trim band that's also been modified from what was previously approved. All pretty, was there anything else? Yeah, pretty straightforward to my eyes.
Yeah.
Anybody see it differently?
So if somebody would just make a motion, we'll just vote on this separately.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those approved, say aye.
Aye.
And any against? Okay.
Okay, we're good for the other 3, no recusals, right?
Right.
All right, so 381 Middle Street. This is a replacement of the front steps. Just show you a picture of it. I think it's a significant improvement. The existing steps are concrete and they're failing. And they are proposing to replace those front steps with granite treads, and I guess that's probably a cultured stone.
It says
Veneer.
in the description that they're leaving the concrete underneath
Oh, not doing that.
exposed. Right.
So those are just the steps.
Just putting the
Treads on top.
treads on.
Okay. Well, hopefully that's gonna, yeah, that'll work on the top if they do it like that image.
Huh. I wonder how that works for the bottom step.
Or the top one.
Well, the top one they'll lift, right, if they do that treatment to it. But the bottom one, yes, will be
But
more
you-
than 7 inches.
You lose somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
There's also, on the current concrete steps, it's like sometime a couple of schmoozes ago, the steps extended, the treads extended beyond the carcass of the staircase. It's inferred in that, I mean, you can see it if you know what you're looking for in that photograph. It sort of suggests that you're gonna have to snap those off. I don't think it's
Here.
gonna be quite as simple as they think it is.
No.
I mean, these
Well,
project
Rather them than us.
I don't have to do it.
down here. Yeah.
sides?
I assume that they're gonna wrap the sides with this cultured stone also?
Well, no, we're
No.
hearing they're not.
No stone.
There's a note, they're not doing the cultured stone, they're just gonna leave the concrete, probably repair it and set that
I see.
thin granite on top of each tread. So the first step, instead of being, I mean, they're lawyers, if they can manage the liability of the first step being a trim step.
That's right. They're
Okay.
lawyers.
As long as, I think the stipulation is that somebody from the city should look at that, because stairs are the one
Yes.
thing that really, have
The
to,
building inspector will.
Yeah.
yeah, well, just to, someone should give him a heads up that he needs to go look.
I'll make sure I make a note
Thank you
of
very
that.
much. I
don't
know
need
you
to
will, Mr.
Stipulate that
Cracknell.
at all, unless you want to. Okay, that's 381. Give me 2 seconds here. Okay.
We got all night.
Oh, it doesn't seem it.
All right, so then we're at 65 Rogers, right? 65 Rogers is a pergola, and if you want to know how to build one, there's enough images in here to do one yourself. It's pretty thorough. So it's in the rear yard. I'm looking for the bookmark. Don't see it. I'm going to scroll this way.
Because it's in the.
This isn't,
Keep going.
you know,
There it is.
it's this laptop's not the one we normally use. Okay, so, zoom out a bit. There's the house. Guess it's, where's the street?
To our right.
Okay,
looking
so
at
it's a
it.
side yard. Thank you, David. I guess these are computer-generated designs of the pergola in the side yard. Looks like maybe a fireplace there. Anyway, garden feature.
Yeah.
Anybody have heartburn with that? I think so. All right. So the last, whoop,
Assuming it's all.
you
Move to
good?
approve.
No, we're good. Let's do the last one,
Are we gonna do all
170
three?
Court,
All right.
One more.
although it could be problematic. See Joe in the front row? This is a city project. This is the firehouse on Court Street, right next to 160 that we started with. Apologies for the scrolling. This is the existing condition of the firehouse. These are the existing doors, the 6 that are along Court Street, 4 being taller or larger in the middle, and the 2 outside doors being a bit shorter, and I think a little bit narrower. But the doors, I guess, are very heavy, and there's some structural issues with those doors remaining in place because of the weight, that they would like to replace them with a lighter door. So initially, they had filed an application to show a more horizontal window muntin design than the vertical of the existing. There was some suggestion made that maybe it would be good to have it remain vertical, and this is what was submitted as a substitute. Joe, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure.
As the project manager?
Yeah, we initially didn't, we were mistakenly told that we could not, that this pattern was not available. So when we inquired further, because the horizontal pattern of the grills is really jarring, as you could see, they did agree to modify the design. So some of you might know, back in 2007, the facade of the station went through a very significant structural repair. That all of the door bays, all of the bricks and the granite bases were taken off completely and rebuilt, and the lintels were rebuilt with all the keystones and so forth to enlarge some of the doors. There have been several, sorry, not several, it's happened 2 to 3 times. The doors have come off. They're actually off the track, so they've come down onto the fire trucks, which has been a problem. And sometimes the doors don't operate. They're incredibly heavy, and it takes 3 firemen to disconnect them from the machinery and to lift them up. It's very heavy. The new doors are made by the same company. The existing doors are all solid wood with insulated glass, which they're thicker than the new doors, which certainly adds to their to the weight. The new doors are made by the same company, but they're thinner and they're lighter, and it's a composite material that is paintable and will be field painted a matte green to match the existing green.
Sir, if I
One question?
ask a question, the doors that exist now appear to me, and I didn't measure, but they appear to me that the solid portion, let's just describe the doors as being in 2 parts, the
Yeah.
glazed area and the solid area.
Yeah.
And the solid portions of all of the doors appear, even though the openings are different sizes,
Yeah.
the solid portions seem to all line up right now. And in the proposed view, they do not. I assume that that's something, considering that you're getting them to change the characteristic of the
Yes,
mullion
yes.
pattern, that's something that you could probably do.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just, speaking for the commission, I think that
Yeah.
we would find that more pleasing.
Yeah, and you should note, the existing doors are 4-section, so that they're bigger pieces. The new doors are 5-section. So, but that line you're talking about, where the solid ends and the glass begins, that can remain a constant all the way across.
There have been you've done made other attempts to belie the fact that the doors are different sizes
Right.
by changing the size of the header materials and keeping the keystones in place. And so it seems like the theme that you should be working with here is a certain symmetry.
Absolutely.
So David, what would a stipulation look like to make that happen?
Align the wainscot portion of all doors.
Well, I'm looking, it doesn't even need to be a stipulation, to be honest with you. I can give you, the shop drawings show the 2 bottom sections of both size doors to be exactly the same.
There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we
All
go.
right. So it's this rendition that's off?
Yeah, yes.
No
Yeah,
stipulation.
This one?
Yeah.
ever so slightly, good eye, but yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, that's it then?
That's it.
Yeah, so if we could, anybody has any comments or wants to make a motion?
I move that we approve the 3 administrative approvals. There are no stipulations because we're cool with
Correct.
that. Okay.
presented.
All right.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Against? All right, excellent. So we're moving right along into work session's old business. Work session is requested by 1 Rains Avenue LLC, 31 Rains LLC, and 203 Maplewood Avenue LLC owners for property located at 1 Rains Ave, 31 Rains Ave, and 203 Maplewood Ave, wherein permission is requested to allow the construction of a 4- to 5-story mixed-use building and a 5-story hotel. As per plans on file in the planning department, such property is shown on assessor map 123, lot 14, map 123, lot 13, map 23, lot 12, and lies within the Character District 4 and Historic District. Okay, who's here?
Good evening, Carla Goodnight from CJ Architects, Evan Tormey from XSS Hotels, and Jake Weeder also from CJ Architects.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Now, let the games begin.
Glad that you're being positive.
I am. Beautiful day, I'm positive.
Yes. So we've done quite a bit of work here. We have some massing updates, some updates to the mixed use, and some updates to the hotel, and then we've given you some combined views at the very end that we had spoken about last time. So let's start right with 1.1. On 1.1, we have, still have the setback. What we've done, per your suggestions at the last meeting, is redesign the recessed and glazed massing elements at the entries to be lighter and more of an eroded form as opposed to an added form. And then we've done the same sort of carried suit through to the hotel. And then we've lowered the cornice on the Maplewood Ave side as well. So there's a little modification there. 1.2 shows the massing, recessed massing elements carried around the hotel building and the moderate setback on the top floor. And again, we're just following this same massing language around both buildings. Where you can see the most impacted would be the Maplewood Ave piece there. So moving on to 2.0 is where you can really see the revisions. We did add the, starting from the top, the penthouse originally had a very pretty strong and impactful cornice. And moving down a floor, the 4th floor did not in our last iteration, and it does now. Moving down again to the third floor, we did pull up that brick so that it is much more balanced and offers a little bit more of a screen for the residents. And then as you come around, the recessed area with glazing has been added, in, as opposed to the more blocky black brick form that was not well received at our last meeting. We've continued that around the center front, and I do think it's a very nice improvement to that Maplewood piece. And we have lowered and modified the cornice at Maplewood. You can see it very nicely here. So that, and then also we've modified the window pattern to be more of a traditional cottage style, because last time it was kind of a double hung straight up, and I like the way the bottom sash of the cottage sort of picks up on the square grid patterns of the commercial and the recessed pieces. Moving on to 2.1, carrying that recessed piece around to the residential entrance. We have, still have retained the masonry sills and lintels. We have some brickwork, which will be detailed in the final, as well as some soldier courses and some expressions of different brick patterning there around the top of the building. And then we have added a glazed entry canopy at the lower right inset on 2.1 at the residential entry, and we've added these tie rod or tie backs for the overhangs that we had before, so they feel a little bit more supported than they did, as opposed to cantilevering out. They have a little bit more relationship to the building.
You're going to use those tiebacks on all of the awnings?
Canopies, yes. Yes, they're rendered in there, but they're sort of far away in the one shot. Again, you can see the clapboard siding and the more articulated railing details, as well as just the banding carrying up on the upper floors. Moving on to 2.2. Gives you an idea of the penthouse step back, really revealing 4 floors. Here you can see the tiebacks a little bit better, or the rods. At the entry canopies, we have significantly recessed storefronts there, as well as the balconies above, so that creates some nice modulation. And again, the cottage-style windows carrying around. And 2.3, again, our view across the pond with the thin glazed entry at the pond side for where the residential carries through. We had originally had that larger mass that we really wanted to scale back, glaze it so it's lighter, and just much more subtle. I do like the glazing from this view, really breaks off that front piece on Maplewood, which I think is really very nice in sort of balancing those two forms. And I know you like to pause at the end of mixed use and talk about that
Exactly.
before we move on to hotel, because it's too confusing. So I'll,
All right, so we're
chat
looking
about
for
this.
comments from everybody concerning this first building on Maplewood Avenue. Who wants to start? Reagan? See, when you're right across from me.
I don't want to start,
Oh, okay.
but thank you for asking.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Jump in here, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. I think that the piece that you've done on the Maplewood module, it looks the way that I was hoping it would achieve when we were making our comments a month ago. The modulation, I can't say that I'm hugely comfortable with the modulation of the sides using these files of balconies and window walls, but I see the pattern in it, and it has, I keep thinking that it's breaking the building into smaller bites, which is, as we all know, how one eats an elephant. And I sort of on board with the textural canopies, and the canopies having some structural connection to the building. I'm a little puzzled by how many entries there are on the Rains Ave side of the building, but I think much of what you've attempted to do, or what you said that you would try to do at the last work session, you've accomplished with the breaking of the building, the lines of the building, the separation of light and dark spots, the recessed areas, all doing something. I even think that, well, I don't know if you're going to do much better at not so much disguising, but reducing the impact of the fifth floor of the building than you've accomplished here, is what I think.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's not get too carried away here. Dan, what do you say? Anything?
I think our biggest concern was the mass on Maplewood and the mass on the pond. I think you've done a nice job of bringing it down to looking almost just like 3 stories. So the houses across, which are only 2.5, start fitting in, and the mass is saved for the hotel, which is way back and doesn't bother me as much. So I think you've done a nice job. I think we made it hard on you. Initially, we wanted not much mass on Maplewood, and you came with 1 story, and we didn't like that. But I think this 3-story, and then bring it around the corner, pretending that it's 3-story, even though it's 5, is a nice compliment, a nice way to do it. So I'm happy. I'm glad.
Thank you.
All right. Keep going on the other side here. Martin?
Sure. Yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction, though I will say that the canopies all seem very timid, very tame, and I'd like to see something a little more bold, a little more sculptural, that really marks entrance. And I also think that it'd be a nice feature if some of that, the language in the canopy is also reflected in the balconies. The balconies also, I like the railings, but you know, it's a difficult detail, that recessed canopy, and maybe if something is done a little at the rail and at the floor level, it might take your eye away from the fact that you have these recesses. Cornice, the same thing. I think it's a little timid, a little. It could be a little more bold. Could punch a little more. You know, I just feel like something more can be done at the street level, and I think the canopies would probably get you there. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Karen, would you like to?
Mr. Chairman, this is the one I'm recused from?
I'm very sorry, Margot.
Every time this comes up, I walk the site again, and my opinion hasn't changed with regard to the mass. As a matter of fact, I think it's getting to the point where this would end up in the model at some point soon. And I'd be interested to see what it looks like. I'm concerned not only about the Mill Pond side, but I'm now concerned about the choking in of Rains Avenue, and what this is gonna look like when you're walking in that street that's become like a canyon.
Okay, Reagan, you're last.
It's not in the model.
I think it'll end up being like
When
what
was it?
Portlock Place looks like. Very tall facades. Just the feeling of walking through. Two sides that are tall. I guess I'm not really, again, blown away by the design. It seems very, I said boring last time, which some people like boring. It's simple, but I feel like there could be more to, along the lines of what Martin was saying, that I think you could do a little bit more to kind of just bring some more interest, maybe the canopies, better cornice, I don't know, and I think that it will also depend a lot on the quality of the materials, because some of the images that you use as your inspiration stuff are nice buildings, they're well done, so I think if you're gonna kind of bring in some of those materials rather than just, you know, kind of a, you know, flat veneer brick and, you know, things like that. I think it's
Right.
just bringing into some good details that will make it a better looking building. I'm fine with, I've been fine with the massing of this building, so I'm comfortable there. And I do think that the way you've got it set up, it is broken up better, so it doesn't feel like one giant
I think
building.
that the traditional massing would be, or the traditional skin could be a really nice backdrop for some, you know, more flamboyant sort of, you know, touches. So you have this backdrop and these pops. I think we can pull that off. And we have this side and this side. So-
Yeah, I don't think any of us are ever gonna be truly happy with this,
Yeah.
because, I mean, this should have been a series of little buildings that go all the way down to the water, and had you done that, you never would have survived that process of being in the 100-foot setback. So, this is a good alternative, it's a good compromise.
Thank you.
So I would
City
just like to
with water.
comment also that I feel it's certainly improved. It really has. With the cornice, the emphasizing it a little bit more on Maplewood Avenue, you only need do that 3-story section if you wanted. You know, you don't need do the entire building cornice as it wraps around by the mill pond, unless you know, feel that it's necessary. I would still like to see something, some more detail on the entryway on Maplewood Avenue. I know that you've got, you know, just glazing in there, and just doesn't seem enough, or maybe it should come up over the roof. I'm not sure how that works out with the people that have, you know, up on the roof there. But it would be nice if you had some kind of emphasis on that. And I would like to see the canopies, especially the 2 entries to the apartments, have some more oomph to them, have them larger, you know, maybe have more of a cast iron kind of look to them or something like that, you know, rather than just starkly modern. Because, you know, you've made this, you've come halfway with, excuse me, the regular openings for the windows with the, what we call cottage-style windows, which, okay, well, I'll agree with that. So you've got that, so you've brought that in to your language, and I don't see there would be any problem with having more traditional-looking canopies or something like this. Wow, Nick is showing me some
Canopies.
canopy. There's no way you could put that up on anything, a number of canopies. Yeah.
Yeah, I can project that.
No,
She's seen them,
Nick.
actually.
Oh, you've seen them?
I think I have, yeah.
Same ones.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
They're very unique, yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know, for a few $1,000s, it gives it a little pizzazz to the front. But otherwise, I'm, like Mr. Adams, I'm pleased with what I'm seeing. The only other question I have, and I don't know the answer, is would the recessed fourth floor and the penthouse 5th floor, would that be better dark than white? That's the question,
We'll think about that.
yeah.
We'll consider that and take a look at it.
'Cause it does seem to stand out, and,
Gray.
or gray or something. Actually, the 5th floor canopy, if I could, you know, when I'm looking at the expanse of the building on 2.1 up there, it just, you know, when it's white like that, it just looks like, I don't know, something, you know, base housing or something that you put on the 5th floor.
You are going to have to be quite a distance away from the building before you see that, though.
True.
Yeah, and you'd have to be very high, too.
True.
I beg your pardon.
No, you would have to be, you know, there would have to be a multi-story
Elevated, thank
building
you.
over at the cemetery, which is never gonna happen.
Who's
And,
that?
yeah, that is part of the problem with this perspective like that.
Can I just make one more quick?
Certainly,
Before we move
yeah.
on? I just want to caution you against doing a soldier course on the cornice,
Okay.
because that would seem unsupported. I just feel like it doesn't make sense, right, to have a soldier course sticking out? It would be sort of bricks hanging out there. I don't know,
It just, if you do just
Masonry.
one with no, no transition pieces, it would be weird, yes. But you need transition pieces. Yeah. Mhm.
So I guess that the opinion of the majority is that you're certainly,
Well, I felt like it was clear direction, what we need
Right.
to,
I'm glad you
what we
picked
need
it
to
up.
focus on. So I think that's always good news.
okey-doke.
All right. Moving on.
Moving on to the elephant.
3.0, the hotel. Again, we have we've actually given you two different options here for the entry style, whether we should, on the left, pick up the same language that we're entertaining for the mixed use, or straight on in the front, should we be looking at something a little bit more reminiscent of what's on the AC with kind of that, wing, sort of an airline wing, sort of more modern look. So that was one option there that we were thinking about. We did do the carrying of that corner element that was well received. We brought that whole expression into the entry, which I think works really well. I think it starts to be very organized that way. And then we had a larger overhang on the top floor and went with the darker color on the top floor. And we're still doing the recessed bands in the brickwork on the ground floor level. So we have that textured element there. And you can see the hierarchy of glazing, which is larger and more prominent over the entry and at the focal point of the corner. So that's all working, and then we went with the lighter cladding material as well. So that's the current style that we're working with on the hotel, which of course carries around. So going to the next page, 3.1, you see that entry and that light vertical metallic form is really the focal point as you come down Vaughn Street. Turning the page, we kept the white vertical elements, but we did minimize the drive-under area, so it's not quite so prominent. I mean, before it was extremely prominent, so now we've just sort of balanced it in the architecture along with the rest of the openings and the rhythm. So, I mean, it is a hotel, so certainly has that hotel look from this side, but I think those bands go a long way towards really breaking that up and
Right.
making it look sort of, compartmentalized. Moving on to 3.3, the view across the water. We do have a pedestrian door there that's a little bit, we narrowed the garage drive-under to just the drive lane and then introduced the pedestrian access to the left. Maybe you can see it better on 3.2. You can see it, well, the tree is there. I'll move the tree next time, but on 3.2.
I don't see a
And
door.
there's a canopy over that door.
Is it right,
Behind that tree right
3.4.
there. Next picture, you'll see the
Ah.
canopy.
right
Okay.
next to the garage? then?
Yes.
I gave up too soon.
Right
Everyone
here.
informs me that it's a little better on 3.4.
Still behind the tree, but
There are a lot of trees there. So 3.4, you can really see how that drive lane is anchored by those two white or silver gray vertical pieces and framed by that with the banding, horizontal banding that carries all the way across. And then the door with the canopy over it is next to that. So that really dials that whole thing down and defines a pedestrian walkway. We've also looked at stacking up some traditional masonry banding and brick soldier course details, along with, what that is, will be clearly spelled out in the detail sheet. And then again, 3.5, from the pond, looking across into, again, we picked up that corner element that was really ties it all together. So we have the front corner, the back stairwell corner that we discussed last time, as well as the front entry. So that's where we are with the hotel. And we do have the 4 Series, which shows the two together, which we can speak about afterwards, if you'd like to do the hotel commentary at this point.
Yeah, let's talk about the hotel.
All right.
Start again, David, or somebody else?
The hotel is not as flashy as it was. Removing that heavy granite brutal sort of frame over the entry, the drive-through area, I think has lightened the building a great deal. And I have to say, I'm still sort of trying to wrap my head around it, because I just realized that it has more than 4 sides. I'll catch on eventually, I swear. But there's something about the rhythm that I find interesting. I do appreciate the window sizing, the individual window units. I recognize how important to me having a window of size is, rather than filling an opening with glazing. There's much of this that I'm pretty pleased with.
Thank you.
It's certainly the larger mass, but I think it fits well there because there's larger things across the street and coming up on its left. And it looks like a hotel, which is what it is, and I think it's a good place to put it, and I think it's fitting in better with the other buildings.
The same thing applies to this building. I think a little more something at the entrance. This entrance is, you kind of got a different canopy on the, I'm looking at 3.0. The canopy on the left is different from the canopy that is kind of like the main entrance.
Yes.
And, that main entrance seems very sparse, and there's, I don't know, I'm having a problem with the scale of 3S. The little building off of 3S has got to be 12 feet tall.
Yeah, it does seem a little small.
And the doorway, so I think there's a problem here graphically.
Okay.
But anyway, it just looks like this building went out of business. There's nothing going on at that street level, and it's waiting for, there should be a big sign on it that said, for sale. I just think you need something strong at the ground level and strong to mark entrance. Also, is that corner, I'm still looking at 3.0, is that corner a stairwell?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, and that would be why this.
Windows are on the landing.
The elevation is.
Landing level.
Okay. Is there a door at the base?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe a canopy there as well. Just some more pedestrian-friendly elements, human scaled elements at the base, I think would go a long way with this building. What are the little black squares that I see throughout?
Thank you.
HVAC.
Oh, okay.
Louvers.
Okay, little louvers. They're tiny.
What was that?
HVAC louvers, so a little
louvers.
8x8 louver for water source heat pumps for the HVAC system for fresh air into the guest
That's
rooms.
nice.
There goes my question.
That's all there is
Was there
now.
going to be big grills underneath every window?
Nope.
Thank you. Wow.
Oh,
That's
they're nice.
great.
They're down to 8x8 little pops now.
That is so good. Yeah.
And I will lastly say that we know in both cases, in both buildings, I think you're going to have some major units on top. So it'd be nice to handle them architecturally, then not just after the fact. Okay.
I know you had a problem with the massing, but it was designed.
Nothing to add.
Reagan?
I'm sort of less attracted to this design than I was the first one. I think there's a lot going on in terms of the brick areas with the different brick textures, and then these sort of more contemporary corners and vertical elements, and then on the backside, these sort of the vertical strips. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't really hold well together as a complete design. I'd love for you to go back and kind of and play with these T-shaped muntins that are in all the windows. I think all the window, I mean, I agree with Dave, and the window sizing and all that stuff is regular and much better than it was before. Not a fan of the sort of T bars in the middle of them. It gives it to me, it gives, again, like one of these very incongruent styles of like that sort of 70s hotels or office building type thing, and then you're bringing in these other panels against the brick, and I find it very, I don't know, I find it confusing to have all these different materials and textures all together in one very large building. And I don't know that the 8-inch setback on the top floor is really enough to do anything. I think you'd have to set it back farther, or why bother? So there, I'm sorry, I don't have much more positive to say about it, but I don't find it as strong as a total design as the first one.
First one,
The other building.
The mixed use.
The other building.
So I would like to agree with Martin on the entryway. I'm not really a fan of the white. I don't know, this is an urban building. This street, and Margot hit upon it, but yes, this street is going to be an urban street. There's no doubt about it. It already is. So it's a series of 4- or 5-story buildings as it comes around. There's going to be another building down at the end of Green Street. This whole section of Portsmouth has been built up in an urban way. And for some reason, this building doesn't play into that story, that narrative. And I know you're trying to make it look pleasing. Actually, the back of it, I feel, is more successful because it has more of an older urban look to it, which I kind of like. So maybe it's just the white, all the white on it. I don't know. I'm not used to a brick building with all of that modern white. And the T-bars that Reagan was talking about, you've successfully, gotten rid of them on the entryway, with having the middle muntin go up all the way. On those windows, is that top section of all of the windows in the hotel rooms, is that a panel? Is that a metal panel, or is that a glass window?
That's glass.
That's glass
Yeah.
also. Okay, yeah.
But certainly, we could play with the configuration of those, and, maybe those smaller windows that are just the T are a different configuration, and we maintain with the larger windows that vertical all the way through. So I think we could certainly differentiate and
Is there any way that columns might work on the canopy? Make the canopy even larger and support it with columns instead of hanging everything with chains and rebars? Not rebar, but iron rods. I mean, everything is hung, all of these canopies. Is there any way one of them could be supported, especially on the hotel? This is, make people feel we're really doing something when they check into this hotel.
All right, we'll look at that.
Just an idea. But in general, I think we have a lot of acceptance.
All right.
Some people have some problems with
So I will,
I think part of the problem is and you can't get away from it, you have a repetitive quality with a hotel.
Yeah.
But one thing that might help is if the, sort of all the penthouse windows were just a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller to just differentiate from the body of the building, and maybe that'll help in some way. You know, that's something you would see in a more traditional.
I think we did have those a little taller previously, and we had made them more consistent when we changed the entry windows, because that started to feel like there was too many.
lots of things happening, but
Okay.
I
But-
see what you mean.
We could certainly look at that again.
It would, I think, because it's the repetitive quality that we're all, trying to avoid.
Okay.
At the same time, find certain comfort in.
Yeah. Without it getting too messy.
You're absolutely right.
Balance.
Right. Oh, yes. All right, I have given your agenda. I will just give you some quick highlights on the 4 series of the 2 buildings together, because you've given us your comments. I just wanted you to see the 2 together in context, and here you can see really why we're sort of leaning towards the lighter top floor and the mixed use, and the darker top floor of the hotel, so they can offset each other a little bit more on 4.0. And
There's also a solid portion of the 5th floor on the hotel.
yes, and
It might look a little bit frightening if it was in the light color.
right.
Yeah.
Right. And we're really pulling these vertical elements as light, so it made sense to go dark there and then go light again on the mixed use. One of the things we're doing is trying to pick up more of a rust-colored brick as it comes around to 3S, just to make that transition in color. Rust-colored brick, yes, more orange, less red. It's a little difficult to really fathom that in the renderings, but that's the intent. And then, again, the hotel does bring a lot more brick to the ground, which you can really see them in context together on 4.1. And then looking the other way on 4.2. So it gives you sort of bookend look about the 2 buildings are very different looking, so it does not look like one mass complex. We're really trying to design them as 2 separate elements to avoid that, the feel of one big mega complex there. Instead, it's just 2 smaller pieces.
Are you going to use the similar streetlights like they used with the office building across the street, across Bond Street, or?
I think we're required to by the city.
Yes.
I mean, so maybe you could grab some elements off that for canopies, something like that.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to say, I did see, I don't know where I saw it in here, maybe it's part of the site plan, and you've got, this walkway, and then you've got this kayak launching thing, and you're saying this kayak launching thing is possible. It says possible kayak launch. I think this is something that other boards are going to be looking at. Maybe it's not for us to say, but I'm thinking that one of the really driving things that's going to make people say, well, it's another hotel, but we have a kayak launching place on the mill pond. We have a public walkway all around the pond. So to me, that these things should be part of the project is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think actually that optional should have been removed, because we did get recommendations from the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board that we proceed with the permitting of that, and we'll work with the city and DES. But yeah.
And your grass. Okay.
Okay, and
Is there anybody, David,
One more, if you don't mind. I'm sort of, we're looking at different pieces. Pardon me for coming in late on this one, but I see that you're bringing the facade brick all the way down to grade. that's sometimes a difficult thing to pull off and have it work. And there's also an issue of decay from splash. And wondering if you might be better getting ahead of that by putting some sort of a base element in that isn't your siding brick.
We can look into that.
Just to throw that out, just one other comment, because if walking around town, which we all do,
Right.
you notice many places where it's played well and places where it's not. Certainly, polished granite is not playing well, what with the salt on the sidewalks, and we've seen that lots of places.
That's true, and I did speak with Janest about that a few years back, and their recommendation is they need to be sort of, in common terms, back primed before they're set into the cavity wall, so that any moisture that's in the wall and, is weeping out is not really, stones are like sponge, they'll just come through and pop the front off. So a lot of that is happening from coming behind as well as the front.
I thought it was they spray a brine product on the sidewalks before a snowstorm and an ice storm quite a bit.
That's contributing, but
I
that
think
sort of
that's contributing.
spalling is really coming sometimes from behind.
Well, I'm hoping, because it's starting to look pretty bad. But they've actually lost, on Port Walk, some of the buildings, maybe 3/4 of an inch of the material in some areas.
There's been, evolutions in the building envelope technology that have improved upon that. It's continuously changing and evolving, so that's
Okay.
sort of the latest. And Dave, if you look at the 5 series, it'll give you the how many sides of the building we've got going on here on the hotel. The floor plans help sort of. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, public comment. I'm very sorry. David threw me off.
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Sit here.
But tell me that you're going to make a synopsis of this.
That's your meeting notes. Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I'm hoping you got my letter. We had IT issues at the city, and so I was doing the mad letter writing yesterday for all of the things. Could you bring it to 1.1 to show I think that's the front of the mixed-use building. Sorry, I lied. Go further down. The one that shows the front of the mixed-use building. There it is, good. So when I look at that building, all I see is those garage doors on the bottom. And it's very traditional on the top, and to me, those garage doors look very ultra-modern. So that's something I'm uncomfortable with. And then go to 4.0, please. There are a lot of other options for garage doors. So 4.0, the white area on the left side that many of you liked, to me looks like an elevator shaft, which it may be, but it seems when you're looking, you're going to be standing on Maplewood Ave and seeing that, and what sticks out when you look at that is that white area. So my thought was, many of you suggested changing that to be a little bit more artistic, but my thought would be to make it a little darker in color, either to match the top or to make it a gray or something like that. And I do have concerns about the mass, especially on the side by 3S Art Space. 3S Art Space is really 20 feet tall, 10 feet, 20 feet tall, and you've got a 60-foot building next to it. The other 3 buildings in that area had to step down to the 3S Art Space. 53 Green Street stepped down, I think, to 3 stories. AC Hotel steps down there, and so does 145. So maybe when the massing comes out, we can see what that looks like. But the issue for me is when you're looking down Vaughn Street, you see 3S Art Space, and then you see this gigantic building on the left, which is going to be right next to it. It's going to be even closer than 53 Green, and and 53 Green is quite a distance away. And AC Hotel is further away, and it also steps down. So other than that, I agree with everything else you said. Thank you.
Anyone else before we move on to the next project? See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank
Don't
you.
forget to vote to continue us.
We'll be back.
Thank you very much. We are continuing your work session.
Did you vote it?
I move that we continue the work session.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
So, work session requested by Port Harbor Land LLC owner for property located at 2 Russell Street and 0 Deer Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the construction of a new freestanding structure, 3 to 5 story mixed-use building. As per plans on file in the planning department, said properties are shown on Assessor Map 124 as Lot 12, Map 118 is Lot 28, and Map 125 is Lot 21, and they lie within the Character District 5 Downtown Overlay and Historic District. Who is here to present this project?
Rick Slocum from SGA, with Ryan Palmer from International, Paul Clark, and Walker Shanklin. So we're hopefully nearing the end, but we will find out after we've spent a lot of time in the last month or two before we haven't seen you guys, so it's great to see you all again. Nice to have masks off freely.
Do you have any brownies or anything like that?
We'll get 'em. I got some brickies.
Rick.
So today we kind of want to go through our package that we feel we've kind of put a lot of effort into, and hopefully we can get some good responses on any of the outstanding items. I think we've been working with you guys pretty well all along, so hopefully what you see, you've had a chance to review and have some good comments. We can skip obviously all the way through to, you've seen many of these early phase sites, the views, the rationale, the local context, our analysis of the site and its local areas. This particular one has got a couple of new items on it, which are identifying roof decks as if we're still debating on the material for construction on this building. So we've limited these roof decks to be 750 square feet. So, but if we do switch to a more robust structural, we can obviously enlarge those, but we just want to have a minimum at this point. We're still working through that.
I would hope, I'm just going to kick this out right now, I would hope you could also find room for some solar panels of some sort up there also. I think it would be a shame to construct a new building in 2023 without
Some consideration for it, yep.
Yes.
We're working on a bunch of projects where that's required by the state.
Right.
And it's, what we are finding, it's really hard to get them.
Yeah.
But understood, and it's something we'll definitely talk with the development team for. Obviously, you've seen the breakup of how we're breaking the massing, enlarging it, and then turning it into a bunch of smaller buildings. And in the scenario where we've got 2 residential buildings and 1 office building along Maplewood Avenue, we've been trying to make a little bit more of a main entry to Building 2, which we think has been our more important corner. We've spent more time playing with the landscaping and trying to clarify exactly how these buildings are broken as we move along the sidewalks. There are some very strict requirements you all have, which is the first floor glazing has got to be enormous, and the upper floor have to be reduced quite dramatically. So trying to get all that to work, we now actually have it all working. So that was a lot of our refinements over the last few months, trying to get all that being exactly right. Next, those again from the street. Sorry?
Screen.
Oh, well, we'll get there. The screen's a little bit off, but we'll get to that one next. We do have a perforated screen that we're looking at for the garage, and we'll show you a little bit more about what some of our thoughts are and how that could be woven into some of the history of Portsmouth, and maybe that could be an important piece along how people walk along these pathways. As we've talked about before, we've broken this into 4 different building window types: the recessed, the Juliet, the bay, and the fixed, and with different orientations. We're trying to not make the facade look the same, while giving it a little bit more character, but making it buildable in a way that is a little more appreciative of the development team.
You also see in that previous page, we added the divided lights to all the windows as well. So I think in the previous iteration, we had very large panes of glass, and these are much more broken down and kind of a more industrial sash type window.
It wasn't necessarily a recommendation. I think we found that the scale was more in keeping with the size of these buildings. It felt much better. Love to hear your guys' opinions on that. As we've talked about, we've got the samples, the physical samples here, but the intent here is to have a progression of brick from one end to the middle and then back to the other end of ending in metal, to give that continuity. I think these are all revisions to the models that you've seen in the past, but we've been trying to refine everything, make it look a little bit tighter. Obviously, the hard stone base, the limestone, and then the brick and metal facade as they start to wrap. This is the building one, the office building with a recessed entry, taking advantage of the curve and then matching it on the inside with an entry piece on the corner of Maplewood and Deer. This is right along Maplewood, so it's the rail track. We haven't really given the walkway between the rail tracks and the buildings a name, but it is a pedestrian-friendly / car garage entry walkway. But that, again, and then every 50 feet along these major roads, we have to have an entry door into the retail space. So that was also a huge challenge while we walk up 10 feet along the building and try and keep all of that together. So you'll see some odd areas where we had to slope to get the doors to fit within the slope of the buildings. There's a little kind of an essence. We're playing with some lighting just to get a sense of it. In this one, we are showing building-mounted lighting that can go up or down. We may not be able to do the up, we understand, but we're just testing the water and love to get, again, some feedback from y'all.
Could I ask a quick question, going back to that? Is that the, I realize that the grade change is so different there, but it seems like that entrance is really tall. Like it, or is
well,
it-
you know,
or is that
it's
just
the challenge, right? Because
Yeah.
by the time we get up, it matches the height. And, you know, in a proper retail space, the higher the better, because you can have more
Sure.
flexibility. It's not as tall as we would like, but
Right.
we do have sections where we identify the actual heights and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
When we get to
Interesting.
the residential buildings, because those are 5 stories instead of the 4-story office building, it's even lower. We would like them to be taller, but we're sandwiched.
Yeah.
Because our slope is forcing us to have a slightly higher average grade plane than we would like. But it's good to have a tall retail space, believe me. There will be some vendors
is.
that like it.
Are those columns there?
Those are, yes.
Yeah.
But we have we'll show a little bit more of it.
People back in and.
But this one's, you know, it's interesting because we are projecting out, and we do have tie rods that are picking up our metal canopies, but in this scenario, we wanted to kind of create something that was more in that corner. This is a very important corner, as you all know, coming down Maplewood as the street bends away. So this is, you know, that response to it. Both inviting, but also, you know, standing and holding its ground.
Oops,
It's fine.
wrong way.
Nope. There we go. And then these are just some simple vignettes of what it might feel like down the Mews as you walk across Deer looking at the office building, how this might feel along the tracks. Because we do see, when we get to it, the park that we're, you know, contemplating at the end of the building 3, this could be a pathway for people to find their way across over to Maplewood along this walkway.
But is it a pathway or is it a road?
It's a driveway.
Shared street.
Driveway.
A driveway to go to our parking garage on the ground floor. But because that's very limited traffic, we'll obviously have stops for people so the cars can't just make a shortcut from Green to Maplewood. which could happen, so we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen. You'll have to have a card swipe to get into this. So most of the time, it's going to be a walking Wunderruf.
Wohnriff.
Yeah.
Wohnriff.
It's a German word for fancy driveway.
Fancy driveway.
But, the intent here is to walk on. I mean, people are crossing the tracks right now across the parking lot, so this is a slightly upgraded version. And it does and when we get to building 2, we'll show you how that becomes part of potentially the fabric. And we have a sidewalk as well along there.
We have the landscape plan showing the connection through the Muse to that rear.
This is it right here.
Access way. No, this one doesn't include. So we've integrated in some of our landscape plans as we're going through. We've actually integrated through the Muse. You can actually walk through that rear area. It's connected, so it doesn't just turn into pavement, basically.
Oh, good.
So that's kind of the intention as we started to look at the Muse, and we said as people get there, they kind of terminate on this pavement. We don't want that to happen. We want them to be able to walk around. So
I would suggest you turn your microphone a little bit towards you a little.
Yeah, we're good though. Yep.
Okay, so I think this might be a time to just have a slight pause and
talk about building 1
comments, because the rounded portion is certainly unique, well done, but who wants to talk about it?
There's still more pages of that building.
This is just building 1, but we can talk building 1.
Yeah.
Building 1. Anybody? Dave?
It's handsome. It's really handsome. I don't know if I could say that it belongs in my town, but it's handsome. I have a dilemma.
I would agree with that. I think this was what I brought up last time, too. I think it's a very attractive design. It's a good building. So I think it's well designed, and I think the curve part is interesting. It's all very good. This very tall entryway is very grand and elegant, and so I think it's great. But I had the same sort of feeling. I'm like, well, how does this fit into Portsmouth? It still seems very Boston to me, very much more cosmopolitan than Portsmouth is. So yeah, I kind of walk by and try to imagine it and try to imagine this very grand entrance on this corner, this very prominent corner, and the other 4 things. And I realize across the street is one lot that is going to be totally redone, so we don't even know what's going to end up there. Yeah, I'm trying to balance that too.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but when you put it in context with the buildings that are already there,
Fidelity.
and the ones that are potentially coming, and the fact that it's on the major boulevard of the street, there, the Portwalk Place building has a fairly grand front piece, and it's actually quite a bit bigger than this corner. The new gray building is
Fidelity that's in there. They've got a big glass.
Yeah.
And the building where we're looking at, the gray building that just got finished, is a pretty predominant piece. These are all trying to play off each other, and I think the 3 new buildings will influence the next building, and they'll all actually start to create a real rhythm with each other. That's the way we were looking at it, but it's your town, so.
Yeah, this is too nice for us. We're beer taste, and this is a fine wine. Yeah, no, I think it's a wonderful building. To me, it's a muscular, industrial-looking building, and I love the curves. We have curves, and we have architecture. You're walking through columns here, and you're experiencing pedestrian space at the street level. No, I think this is wonderful, and to me, I love the tension between what is very classical at the base and what is more modern and industrial, sort of an early 1920s deco kind of modernism as it goes up. So I think we could handle this.
Anybody over there?
Sure. I like it very much. I think it's great. It's very handsome. I think I like this design better than anything that's been built over there. So if those were good, I think this is better.
Thank you.
I'm absolutely in favor of this. I think that this particular building in its location needs to be a bridge between the traditional and the modern, and we already have in 145, 144 Maplewood, very, very modern, different materials, lots of different shapes, and Port Walk Place and the hill across the way. And here you have a mixture of some contemporary materials, some very modern materials, some contemporary styles in the limestone at the base, the heavy cornice at the, what I would call a crown molding up at the top. So I think you've sort of wedged in between these two worlds something that carries a little bit of each element. And I think our town deserves this quality of architecture.
Absolutely.
My only comment would be looking at the views, Nick, it doesn't have a page number. The one with all four views.
Keep going.
That's it.
No.
The elevations, I think, are looking at, right? Yes.
Elevations.
Building 1 elevation.
Give me a page.
26.
That one right there.
That one. So the west and the north elevations, they're very plain now. They're just, and it may just be this
It's the-
particular.
it's the
it's
drawing
the
style.
rendering. It's very flat.
Yep.
Hopefully that won't look like that in
So,
reality.
Yeah, and the only reason we put these in because they're part of what we need to quantify. That's why there's so many renderings before, because in context, that rhythm we're trying to not make it look like it's jumping out at you, that it's supposed to be there. And you got to have some rhythm. I mean, you just had a building up that had some very simple rhythm, but there's little pieces here that make it so much more dramatic because the simple rhythm of the bays. At least that's the way we interpret it, but, obviously it's your town.
Is
Your game. Sorry.
I love the curves, I love the reverse curve, and I think this is a transitional area from some great history to a lot of new modern buildings, and I think it does a good job of merging the two.
And I'm not worried about these elevations, obviously. There again, you have to be high to look at these. So you'd have to be standing on the roof of what used to be the Portsmouth Herald building. I can't remember the number of it. That's on
111.
Maplewood Avenue. 111, yeah. And just looking at this straight on,
And you never would.
You're never going to be doing that sort of thing. I'm very, very impressed with this design. I really enjoyed this particular design of this.
Could I just add one more comment?
Certainly.
If we go back, and I noticed none of your, one thing that does bother me a little bit is coming out of Port Walk Place, you do feel that there's the transition, the break between Building 1 and Building 2 is a little
Angled.
Yeah, a little bit angled out so that you're kind of missing something there. Could it taper to, I don't know.
This angle here.
You mean this corner?
The relationship, yeah, the relationship between Port Walk Place and this, between the two buildings, there's not a nice sort of transition.
What's interesting, I think we need a more zoomed out site plan because Port Walk Place does curve, so we're kind of continuing that motion.
Page 11.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So the intent here.
So it's a little bit of a
Keep going
hook.
back?
Exactly, yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So if you go back even further, sorry.
Right here, you see the alignment,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, go back, I think keep going back to page 11, there.
There you go.
So what happens is the reason we added that element was because as you see the street, it continually makes that turn. We wanted to not then force you. We're actually allowing that same turn to come from the theater. If you walk down that and you see it in plan, it continually makes a move. And we're just one more step in that process because the Muse here is really just an extension of all those incredible public spaces that ties down and starts bringing people across the street. When we get the train tracks to put a crosswalk, it'll be awesome. But that whole bend right after Port Walk Place line, it goes again. And that, we're just trying to pick up the rhythm of the town.
Okay, you sold me.
Yeah, it took me a while to get Ryan here to approve it too, so I had to sell it. But, even that round piece that you see, you can see even in this drawing, Maplewood comes in, and it runs by that curve, and allows you then to keep going down the street. I think that was kind of and it's only, again, the curve on Building 1 is maybe the more masculine version of the more feminine version on Building 3. So it's hopefully the two parts play well together, as we talked about.
All right, then we do 2.
Yeah, just to get back to these are just 2 more drawings, one before that. That's the entry, so that's what you feel. Kind of have the exposed columns, blah, blah, blah. You've seen all that.
Yeah.
And these are the 2 building facade types on that building. And the material kind of breakup. Okay, Building 2.
All flat doors?
Yes. We're not curved glass, sorry. We just can't get it.
Nothing turning?
Yeah.
So we had a building.
Oh, no revolving doors?
Yeah.
We're not at that need for this scale building. It doesn't have enough movement. There's not going to be that many people walking through it. It's not big enough to justify it. You could do it if it was something that the developer was interested in doing, but I don't think it's right for this building, nor this town, actually. But again, just playing through it. This is, we're going to show 3 versions of this one shot, and it's really to try and talk a little bit about how to treat the top of this main entry. We've been, I think, since,
You got the Bizarro one in there, too.
we did it to make fun, no, we didn't make it fun of other buildings, but we thought we'd show it just to kind of put it to bed, because we tried it at one point and we thought there was some interest in it, but I don't think it actually works with the building, and maybe these guys got mad at me for putting it in, but what we did do was raise the entry up to the 2 floors with the limestone, and then just do a kind of a larger, more aggressive bay window piece above. There are 3 versions of this, so this is where the cornice is a little bit in line, I think, and then option 2 is a little bit higher. We may need a 2 or 3 foot variance to be able to play with that a little bit to give some, it doesn't look like it's enough of a change, and then we do the Bizarro. And we don't actually recommend this. We just wanted to put it to bed, and hopefully you guys agree that we shouldn't do this. Okay.
Put it to bed.
Good. Yep. This working session,
Like Zippy designs a building.
I just thought I saw it on another building. I don't remember where. But, it's a good characteristic to put away. We think having a little bit more flexibility is good, but we know it works without, because that is the height of your maximum height, because this is the highest part of the site. We've had to drop the plaza a little bit just to be able to get floors to work because of the 10-foot grade differential. So this is how we've hopefully been able to answer that question. But love to hear more feedback when we do that. Along the back, one thing that we talked about briefly, and we're starting to do a little bit more working on this screen, is we think it's a great place to put a little bit of Portsmouth history. So the next sheet is, we've looked and found some fairly cool old shots, and one of them, the one in the upper right, is the train station right at this site.
Yeah.
The other one is the waterway across the across the river, and some other collages. There's some of the buildings that represent the hill. So we thought it would be really fun to have that as the screen. And when you buy screen now, you can give them the file and they'll just poke the holes and turn it into kind of a visual for the city. I think that might be kind of a fun thing to have as this intermediary piece in between the other 2 buildings. Love to, again, hear what you guys think about that.
Crazy. This is too good for our town.
Yeah.
But we'd want to work with you guys. Just, I think there was a project a couple of months ago where you were worried about the whale or the boat imagery. We'd like to kind of play back and forth as this gets finalized, what the exact image should be. These are the best ones we found, but I'm sure you probably have better ones online. Again, here it is at night. What's nice about this is that there's this kind of new, cooler rhythm of extending the site and getting it to flow around the corner. We know that there's not enough opportunity to do lighting in the plaza, but we're trying to just keep it as low level as possible. Straightforward rendering images, the upper plaza for the residences above the garage, and then some lower level entry and extra pieces. So again, as Brian said, we're working with our landscape architect to create some more patterning inside the brick so it's not so monotonous. But in this scenario, what you do is you come into a bowl, you drop down into a more low, 2 feet, about 2 foot, some planters, and then you have to ramp up and down to keep the doors at the right level along the building, which is our challenge here.
Skateboarders?
Well, it depends on how good they are.
Put little razor blades in the mortar. Now, I don't like the looks of that.
Of which one?
The razor blades in the mortar.
Oh, it hurts, but, yeah. But it could be, we've been tossing back and forth and I think it goes into planning, the planning board, but that plaza could be a really spectacular place to appreciate the hill. It could be a really nice place to gather and move east and west. We think it's a pretty exciting place, especially if you came down through the Mews, you have another spot to come and rest and move around the buildings. We don't think it's, if people ever do use it, but it does give you some opportunity.
I don't know that they're going to understand your rules or suggestions, but boy, there are places in town where people congregate. I don't know if there's a way to predict where that's going to be, but it does happen. There's no question.
And we're trying to create opportunities in this building for that, yeah.
Usually involves coffee.
It does.
But we've heard no coffee in this building, no.
And this, maybe there's some sort of dynamic to this corner here, because in the last iteration of this plan, they also had a kind of a small park here when this was going to be a Whole Foods. And
Well, if you go back to it, we don't have really a choice. We're getting that park because of the realignment of Russell Street.
Yeah, they were doing the
and
same.
we're basically holding the property line with the building, where there's a little bit of extra that we're handing back, but that's what's left.
Okay, so it's working out that way.
Yeah, I think if we could, we would have eaten it all up.
I may be jumping ahead too far, but the conversation, Whole Foods and coffee shops, signage, what happens? Have you thought about that?
So that is an interesting one. I think what we have here is, we have louvers, I think it's 18 inches?
Correct.
18 inches of louver that we're going to need in some respects, and it's, if you go to one of the renderings or you zoom into one of the front entry pieces, you can see it's above the window. There is an opportunity there. We have not necessarily looked at it too deeply yet, because that's a branding issue, but we would want it to be as complementary as everything else.
It's just, last week, I had a conversation with Mr. Cracknell about a stretch of retail buildings that have no continuity between them, even though they're all really very much in the same place, in the same little street.
Yeah.
And they suffer, I believe, heavily for identity because of the fact that they're all competing with each other, and it gets kind of lowest common denominator when you start doing that.
Yeah, I think the development team as well, we wouldn't be able to put signs up unless you all were on the same page with it, I don't imagine, right?
But still, you could architecturally provide a thing that not so much forced people inside of the lines, but encouraged people inside of the lines.
So it's a good point. What we have are the canopies over the entry doors along the facade. All of them have them, right?
Yeah.
So wherever we have an entry door into the retail space, there is a canopy. And in that canopy, I think it's about a foot deep. There's plenty of room to put in some signage if that was enough. But I think those are one of those things we develop as we get further into, the design development, just to be able to make sure that it fits what they're going to do. Because if it's only a single user, then we've wasted a lot of energy. If it's a multi-user, if it's a bunch of people. But we could look at it as well for the last one. Maybe we throw 1 or 2 signs on and see what they look like and see if you're happy.
So you've given us a lot to think about on this building. Can we just have a little short comment from everybody? We've got potential of signage, of pictures on the back of the building. We've got a grand entryway. We've got this. What do we got? Martin?
Yeah, in terms of your options, how about option 4 that, put something up there, put some cap on there, some sort of, I mean, right now, we got a lot of these flat top roofs, and you are integrating the roof with some spaces. You are having some roof decks. Here seems like a real opportunity to mark that significant entranceway. It doesn't have to be option 1, 2, or 3. Three is in the right direction, but it's not handled well. It's awkward.
Look at these guys.
But I think there's a 4 that needs to be considered, because you're kind of just flying around that corner, and it's, I think that would make a difference.
Yeah, the question there is the extent of the variance in which we have to seek. I think,
Well, I thought that was what you had already.
Well, in these 1 and 2, we're not really seeking a variance. In 3, we're definitely saying we need a variance.
Okay.
We can't go any higher with that.
All right.
Yeah, the massing right now says you can have, you can go 10 feet up, but you have to be 10 feet back. So we studied that, but you can't really see something like that if you're at the ground. You have to be so far away that at that point it's not really referencing the entry anymore. It's just kind of something that's sitting on top.
So I've got a suggestion, because this little thing landed on my shoulder, and a little bird suggested something, and it makes a lot of sense, is that maybe play off the Athenaeum for a roof. If you're going to have to get a variance for a 2-foot cornice right now, then you might as well go up a little bit further. And so if you had some sort of raised, much higher cornice, maybe with scalloped edges, and then maybe a rail, a modern version of the Athenaeum rail, which at one time went around that entire block of buildings in Market Square, at one time. An idea, anyway.
Yeah, I think it's what I think, and Ryan, jump in, and what we would love to do is get an understanding that we are meeting your code and that we can approve and move forward. On a separate track after that, we can talk about, while that may or may not happen, the variance, at least the whole project is installed on the fact that we haven't gotten a variance for this one little piece of the building.
Like an ad alternate.
Like an ad alternate, but we need to meet your code, and which is why we have option 1 and 2, and we agree, by the way. These guys would kill me because I threw that roof on just to make fun of it, but it was here to have a conversation. It wasn't something we're going to put in the final package, but I definitely wanted to have something in there to have this conversation, because it's the hardest part for us, is trying to figure out how to work within that envelope and create something that you already have in town. So if that's a path that we can take, we'd love to be able to do the final package.
I don't think anyone here is kidding about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's comical, the way you drew it, but
Yeah.
I don't think we're really kidding.
No, I meant it in with all respect, that it was more, I don't expect you to accept it, but I do expect, what I was hoping to do here was have a conversation about it. And I think that's the real key, is what can we do? And what would you think would be worthwhile, but we do want to present a package that is approvable without that being the thing that holds us up.
So is this, what you've got now, this slightly raised cornice over the bay window sections, options 1 and 2 or whatever?
Yeah.
Is that approved?
That works within your...
No, option 2 is also a variance.
Option 2 is a 2-foot variance, so it's option 1 that actually fits within your... Yeah, that's our, okay.
Your baseline.
You got to make it worth the ask.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but we have to at least pass the muster of without it.
Sure.
I think is what we're going at.
Yeah, so what you need to get is a design that, that we approve of, and then give it to the BOA, and...
Yes.
For the ad alternate.
We'd love to do that, but we'd also like to move this project along.
understand.
Yeah, so that's, I think that's the desire of
Any
the
other
development.
comments about building 2?
I just want to finish up.
Okay.
The back, I think that's brilliant. I think that's really brilliant. And I think that'll go a long way. That's a wound in this community, the reference to the north end. And I would, at first glance, it kind of is off-putting because it's so dark, and I thought it was a black glazed wall that was very off-putting, and then I figured it out.
Perforated, yeah.
I think that's genius, and I would probably make it a little more sepia so it doesn't look as dark, but All right.
We'll walk you through it. It is interesting because we have it in the model, and you can walk in, and when you're inside, it's a vision because you're getting all this reflected light. At night, it'll light up differently because the bigger holes will show. So again, this is one of those things that we would come back in the end, make sure that we're all on the same page, but conceptually, this is the direction we'd like to go.
Conceptually, you have 2 levels of parking on the back.
We have 2 levels of parking, but by the way, we were talking about the screen, but yes, as a reference back to the town.
Are you all set, Martin? What is the material of the screen?
It's a metal perforated screen.
Okay, with regard to the front of Building 2, I like how you have the cornices overlapping each other where they meet. I find that really interesting.
Option 2.
Yeah, option 2, or 1, it's the same,
Yeah.
it's the same idea. It would help me when we start to see this in the model, what it looks like when you're across the street, because right now I'm having a hard time imagining how much of the roof line I'm going to be looking at and how much of whatever you're thinking about putting up on the top is actually going to be visible and impactful. And I'm wondering if we're worrying about something you put up there that's going to be like a pimple on a flea.
It turns out to be pimples on a
Right, what is it really going to do? So there are some roof elements that already exist in Portsmouth that are not the Athenaeum. And the one I go back to is the fire breaks, the brick fire breaks. If you look down Market Street, and they're simple, they're vertical, they're straight up and down. They may not need variance because they go back this way. Not many people notice them. They may not work here because people may not understand what they're referencing. But you were asking about a unique element that you could use on a roof that currently exists in Portsmouth, and that's the one thing that I can think of.
I tried to convince these guys to put the boiler in the basement, so I had a real reason to put a fire chimney there, but it didn't work either.
Otherwise, I like where you're going with this.
Thank you.
Actually, there's the building on the bottom of Market Street that has the, I'm not sure what you call it, but the fire breaks go up. And
Steps.
So much reminds me of Amsterdam, all the buildings are like
Have that,
that. I think it would be wonderful.
Dutch heritage coming out.
Oh, it certainly is. Yeah, Reagan.
Yeah, I'll just say, for being picky here, I prefer option 2 because option 1 looks like it's some crown molding that you just kind of attached to the surface, whereas option 2, it makes sense. It's sort of stacked on top.
And if we were smart, we would do it the version 4 where it's a little bit more expressed.
Stacked a little higher.
Yeah, we're just trying to just stay within the.
Sure, I get it. I'm just.
As Walker told me just now, we didn't do it right on option 2 because we still are asking for a variance. But that may be all the town is willing to give us, so we don't want to show something that we can't have.
That's fine. I just was saying my preferences and why. I'm not done yet. I again think this building is really well designed and a very nice building. And I wanted to, before, just mention how I appreciate the study in brick and all the different colors and variations you're using and sort of edging it closer or farther away from metal. I think that's a really nicely thought out detail. And I also just want to throw a lot of support behind this sort of artistic screen in the back. I think that's wonderful. We've seen a lot of different variations of trying to screen parking before, and usually it's sort of like, let's make a flowery, trellisy type, metal screen. But I think this takes it the next step where it's actually a piece of art. And so I appreciate that. I think that's going to be really nice.
Yeah, and as I said, if we can work with your historical group or somebody who's got we think it should be a picture historically. That's just our approach, but because I think that helps tie it down. It's on the train tracks. It will always have this kind of walkability and view. So it's a really important element, I think.
I would like to add to that and say that there are a lot of great historic sites that would be perfect on that wall, but I think you should really concentrate on North End.
Yeah, I mean, this right here, where the
It's
upper one,
perfect.
that's
It's beautiful.
the site.
It's that right there. Yeah, I mean, it's great.
You couldn't get any more
Yeah.
realistic. Paul here was blending the waterfront, but that is the site.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need any more Market Square pictures or whatever, really concentrate on the history from the North End, because there's a lot of it, and it would be really appropriate there.
It's a great picture, anyway.
Yeah, it's great.
Dan, you had anything to add?
No, I'm very impressed and like the way it has changed, the way it's going, and I'm very happy. Nothing to add.
Okay. One thing I would like to say is, I think this is a great concept, and I love this photograph, obviously, I've said that, but I think that I would like to see some kind of representation or a place where this has already been used.
Yep, we can bring you some precedent.
I have no idea what this is going to, how can you get this much detail with perforation, and what's it going to look like at
Sure.
night?
Yeah.
Is this going to be some kind of weird Salisbury Beach sort of thing here? What are we doing,
So we could actually pull, I mean, do you want to pull off the website? For the
Not right now.
Okay.
But we'll put a precedent sheet in and give you some idea of how they look. They're
Yeah,
fantastic looking.
how does it look?
I agree with you. When I first saw it, I was like, huh? But then you see the picture of Marilyn Monroe, and you're like, wow, that looks amazing. Or the Beatles. People have done them now, and they're really starting to, make a difference on screens. And the good thing is, if you don't like it after 5 years, you can change it.
Really? So I'm going to go with the flow here. Well, you'd have to come back and.
Yeah, that's right. We'd have more fun.
So I kind of like number 2, also option 2, that particular cornice, and hope that you could come up with a design that, we find acceptable to really emphasize this and break up the roof line, which is the most important thing here. I think everybody's discussed everything that needs to be discussed, and can we go on to the Flatiron Building?
Excellent. Yeah, same old stuff. Building 3, obviously, the sister ship of the masculine building on the other side. We have done a few things here which are different from the last time we saw this. We split the floor level, the ground floor level, again, because of the incredible slope. So the entry into the upper box of buildings is higher, and this lower end, we've been able to follow the sidewalk down and create a entry level into that one, which gave us some opportunities to create another kind of the reverse of what we're doing up in the Building 2 is now we have some stairs made of brick that come down from the face onto this edge of the plaza. So they're starting to talk to each other. So one is the concave and this one is the reverse, and then that allows these doors potentially of a retail space to be able to open out and flow right out onto the new park and the sidewalk. That's the biggest change on this one. But again, from the brick, it goes metal to the dark brick and metal, and then the brick gets lighter as it goes around. This is, again, how it transitions from Building 2 into the more narrow building, the edge of the curved portion. This is more the entry piece to the residences, also where the cars go into the second floor garage. Little night shot. And again, on this, we're also trying, again, to pay a little bit of respect to the train tracks. The good thing is they're not used that much, and they do allow this flow along that back edge, which we think could be pretty nice. It does have very regular pieces, as you can see when you get down onto the train tracks and you look back at the lower right. It feels fairly regular, but that kind of has to be to make it not have so much going on, but only allow these things like the end, the round piece, to really stick out and be the part that's special. This is the evolution of where that park and the turnaround are supposed to be. So if we can have the building be part of that, and that flow allows you to make your way across the new part of North.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I'm asking him, is it actually going to happen? Is the city going to construct it?
We're still planning on doing it.
Yeah.
You know, we have to have big plans.
Well, I know.
And we get done. But even if it doesn't, it still is a nice gesture out towards that part of the city, we think. Fairly simple. This, you can see on that first floor, that division is where we're going to drop to have a lower retail space. And then a roof deck, and then the apartments.
There's a lull in the conversation. So, who would like to jump in?
Well, I'll jump in because I've liked this building since the beginning, so I'll just say, I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's always been a very intriguing element, and you know, you wouldn't hurt my feelings if you wanted to do something on top of that as well. I mean, if you look at the elevation, hell. Anyway, even if it's just a flagpole at that some kind of spire on top of that, it's very flat. Shape is very nice. I think the retail space being as tall as it is, I think any kind of brick or mortar retail is going to have to compete with Amazon. Is going to have to be an experience. People are going to want to go there and spend money. Yeah, if you look at building 3 elevations and you look dead on at the end. If you had something at the top there, again, I know it's a variance, but it would have my support.
Well, we do have a patio up there that we're anticipating, so maybe that could be big enough to see in the distance, because you are going to see this building from quite a distance.
A trellis or something?
Maybe a trellis structure that's a domed.
And it could be set back to 10 feet, and then we might be able to get away with it without having a variance.
You could definitely get away with a flagpole.
Yes.
Nobody can object to a flagpole. I don't think you, no, I'm serious.
I agree. I'm with you.
No, with an American flag on it, it's untouchable, so you know that.
You ready for a flagpole?
We're thinking like a bowsprit kind of.
Well, I mean, it's,
Well, yeah.
yeah, the way this thing is pointing towards Market
Could be,
Street.
yeah, it could be like what we have at like a yacht club flagpole. That'd be interesting.
It's getting so deep over here, guys.
It's getting deep.
I would vote not to gild.
Any other comments about this?
I wouldn't gild the lily, I would leave it just the way it
Gild
is.
the lily.
More is not always better,
Not even a flagpole?
not even a flag.
Oh,
This, all in all, this is a composition, been exceedingly well thought out, and it reeks of that. You guys have really watched the details and the development of the things right down to the small parts of the materials. And it shows all the way across. You understand how to layer a cornice line. There's just so much of this that the town is lucky that you showed up. This happens to be the third guess at what to do on that property that I've sat through. And this is stunning, honestly, stunning. I don't see how it belongs in my town. I don't recognize the windows. I hope, I don't know, I hope I can find some peace in this.
Yeah.
Okay? It's lovely.
I want you to find peace in it.
yeah.
We're trying every time we come here. But I do hear what you're saying. It's not the older part of your town, but it's definitely more leaning towards your newer part of town. And I think what you mentioned earlier is that it's this transitional piece. And to be able to be, true to ourselves, it has to have that flexibility. I think ultimately, in a couple of years after this is finished and everybody starts enjoying all the pieces of it, it'll definitely be part of your town. And you'll hopefully come to love it.
I hope you're right. Everyone that's offered us something like that, we're using words not as eloquently, but using words like that, has sort of stumbled on delivery.
No.
And, well, and this is, yeah, okay, yeah, done.
We want this to be a piece that you're proud of, for sure, in town.
Building 3 has always won my heart, and I'm happy that you brought 1 and 2 together with it, but 3's always been spectacular.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. I think 3 is fine. I have no problems with any portion of it. What I'm wondering is what are these windows going to look like when everybody has got shades and blinds and all this kind of stuff on the inside, unless that's included with the building.
They would have to be.
Wouldn't that be a nice thing to actually?
They'd have to put the same blind up even if it was part of the TI.
Yeah.
So that would be the intent. You'd want to have a uniform feel for throughout.
Okay, well, I hate to rush this along, but I'm going to ask if anybody in the public would like to speak about this.
Please.
Thank you. Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. You will be shocked that I, after having looked at this building for a long time, I don't like the mass, which you're not shocked about, but I do like the building. It is a railroad building on the corner there. If you ever go to Europe, the town I lived in had a railroad Bahnhof that looked exactly like the front of that building. So I think being next to the railroad tracks, it is a Boston-style or New York-style railroad building. I don't even know what they're called in English anymore. But I think it would be interesting to see, to really get a sense of this, is that the north end has all of these very funky buildings on them. We have the very traditional Rains Ave, and then we have the AC Hotel, which I won't talk about, and then we have 145, which has the windows, and all of that. It would be interesting to see if it would be possible to take a whole bunch of pictures and then put this building in to see what that whole, what I call the North End Island would look like when it's done. Because I think this building has the brick, which will tie it into the 1 and 31 Rains very nicely. It has a similar brick feel to it. I like the windows, the fact that you went away from the big windows, because I worry about birds and windows, forget about the decor. The bigger the window, the more they're attracted to it, and the last thing you want in your park is a lot of dead birds. So I think all in all, I like it. I don't think I want to see a flagpole on the top, but it would be nice to put a flagpole on the bottom in front of it. That might be, you know, if you put like a 50-foot flagpole there, it would really take away from the feel of the mass there, but somebody would have to replace it every month because the wind is so bad down there. But all in all, I do like this. It's so big, but I'm hoping that the fact that you see it's a 5-story building, but with the bottom being so big with the columns and stuff, it really makes it feel a little less. And the fact that you have a top on it, they all have fancy names, I don't care. The top makes it come down, it squishes it and gives you a sense that it's really a 4-story, but when it's really a 5-story. So I think the north end is no longer the north end of single-family homes. It is now very large buildings with the CD5 zoning and 5 stories, and we just have to kind of live with that. But to at least have something that really is spectacular in the middle of it would be kind of a nice thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention, Nick was telling me that this is in the model, so you can look at this 3-dimensionally.
There's a link to this meeting.
If I could use the model. I need a grand tour on how to use the model.
It's pretty easy.
It's user-friendly.
We're still working with your team to get the.
I put the link up, though.
We still have some color issues with it.
Understood. Yeah, it's great.
And we have the other model we could throw up if you guys wanted it, but to fly around.
But somebody that wants to look at the massing and the view corridors, it's
Right there.
online. You can pull it up.
Excellent. I think that was it, right?
Anyone else in the public? Okay, well, I think we're going to need a vote for a continuation.
So moved?
Are we doing a final package? That's where we're anticipating.
I think.
Do you mean a public hearing or a
Public
final
hearing,
work
right.
session?
Are we done with work sessions, I assume, right?
Well, you're asking.
Or that's what I'm asking.
I'm going to need some other opinions on that. I think that you are, myself personally, but
We can always vote to continue just in case you want to come back for another work session, but you can apply for a public hearing
Oh, by Friday, yeah.
by Friday.
It's your confidence level that we're not willing to push.
Or just, yeah.
I mean, we've only gone through half of the package. I mean, the rest of the documentation,
we
they,
have a few other projects.
no, I'm just saying,
Okay.
we've literally, we've gotten,
You're ready.
we're ready. We
You're
feel we're
ready.
ready. I
Well,
think.
look,
I
file for
appreciate
the
that.
public hearing by Friday.
Yeah.
If you think you can't do that, then we need to continue the work session, but you can always go into a work session at the beginning of the public hearing. If there's some, you know, like the options for the cornice.
Yep.
You come up with a third idea or a fourth as an ad alternate, you might want to spend 5 minutes talking about that
Perfect.
before you go into the hearing. Doesn't seem like there were many other issues. Maybe you have a sign package. that was
Yeah, we'll
discussed.
show how they get loaded.
And then whatever, yeah, I don't think you need to do anything with the window shades. It's clear what you're gonna do when you do it.
Material.
About landscape.
So we'll need all that.
We need all that, yeah.
For the public hearing.
Nick, what about the landscape, hardscape?
I mean, I think that's gonna be picked up by the planning board and TAC. If you have some major heartburn with the bowl or the elevated platform.
Why, it just seemed very, it
Pretty
seemed like
generic.
it wasn't, generic, it was,
Yeah.
a placeholder for now.
Yeah, I mean, we have a fairly developed landscape plan, and we have 2 more planning board meetings with TAC to go through.
Right. I
Which
think we're
which
gonna
are, they're just going to be massaging what we've already modeled
They're
in
going
this
to be
model.
picking
Or
out every
redesigning, we'll
plant,
see.
every shrubbery, everything will be,
You promise?
yeah, everything will be named and, all of that sort of stuff. And it's really not, we're not capable of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay.
So,
Can you file by Friday?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I think we get the additional landscape and we can integrate by then.
Yeah.
It's been done since we submitted this package, but I think we're done. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your input. This has been a fun process.
Thank you.
well, the work sessions are trying to be a little more lighthearted.
Well, the next one's tougher.
It's going to be terrible.
Maybe I overstepped.
Bring the brownies.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. What have I got, 8:30? Is everyone want?
Yeah, keep going, keep
Okay,
going.
keep going, John. Work session requested by One Market Square LLC owner for property located at 1 Congress Street and 0 High Street, wherein permission is requested to allow renovations to an existing structure. Repair and upgrade building facades along Congress and High Street, and new construction to an existing structure. Replace rear shed additions with a new 4 to 5 story addition. As per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 117 as Lot 14 and 15, and it lies within the Character District 4, Character District 5, Downtown Overlay, and Historic District. Who here to present this?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Historic Commission and Planning Department. Tracy Kozak, Arcove Architects, here with Terrence Parker of Terra Firma Landscape Architecture and Marie Bodie from McNabb Properties, here on behalf of the applicant, One Market Square LLC. All right, thanks for having us back. We took a little break to redesign a bunch of stuff. It's on the front. There's a long list. I'll go through the list real quickly just to start with, and then we can go through the drawings one by one. I also brought some fresh new renderings, which were uploaded today. I can pass them around if you care to look at them. They're the same views as in the package. They're just better rendered. And we also have a short animation video showing this in context, moving around the site a little bit. If you, Yep. All right, so let's see. Good. I think we were here 2 months ago last, and
Can't have one?
we've
Can't have one.
taken
Guess we
a careful review of some of the comments we heard last time, and pushed and pulled and shaped and tweaked the facades a little bit. I will point out a couple things. The lots were merged, so it is now all one parcel. There is a change of use. We previously came before you talking about office use on the upper floors, and now the direction is a boutique hotel with a restaurant on the ground floor. So that does have an impact on the street level facade on High Street. So what changes we made include, we pushed the street facades back from the High Street and Haven Court property lines by about 18 inches. This helped allow us to add some relief to the facade with masonry, cornices, and awnings to give some texture and depth to that. We reduced the roof soffit overhangs. We were told last time they're a little heavy. We changed the dormers, so there aren't really dormers up there so much. We'll tell you exactly what we did when we get to those drawings. We simplified the window sizes on the upper floors. We lowered and reshaped the corner of the roof to the right of 18 High Street. That's the pink building with the arched roof cornice, the existing one on High Street. We call it the Opera House because there, at one point, for a brief moment in time, there was a Sanborn map that said it was an opera house. That will be the main entrance to the development. So we, on the addition, we lowered and sloped that roof to give better homage to that beautiful arch cornice on the Opera House. And we also, at the same time, we moved the elevator and stair towers back to the far back of the property, so you don't see those overruns and those roofs sticking up from the street. You just see the pure roof lines of the existing building. We redesigned and simplified the marquee awning that we're adding to that Opera House building. Got rid of the steel brackets. We added traditional canvas awnings to the Congress Street storefronts, which, as we were last time, restoring those to the original conditions per historic photos. And these are typical canvas awnings that you see up and down Congress Street. We reduced the mass, size, and detail of the dormer that we're proposing on top of 3 Congress Street. We provided more detail development and fine-tuning of the fenestration of the addition. As I mentioned, the storefronts along High Street, where there will now be a hotel, is more of an arcade. And we'll show you some of the old photos we had, I think, at the first work session, where that site in back of these existing buildings, the parking lot that's there today now, that was the site of a hotel for 100 years. It was first the National Hotel and then the Dolphin Hotel. There was another hotel where the Hanover parking garage addition is. So that historically was the hotel district of Portsmouth. People don't think of it maybe so much today, but historically that was the nature of this site. Let's see, we lowered the glass corner on the glass element on the corner of High Street and Haven Court, or LAD, which we call the prism because it has that angular shape. We lowered it. We lowered the height and we squished it back into the building again so that it is coplanar with the roofs and the facades of that building, so it doesn't stick out so much. Simplified it a great deal. And we, let's see, some more refinement on that, which you'll see in the drawings. We started to look at what we call the back of the building, and that alley, the west alley facing Newbury's that we're creating in that corner where it intersects with Haven Court, and how that relates to the redevelopment of Haven Court as a pedestrian way, connecting Market Street from Commercial Alley, Ladd Street, Haven Court, all the way to Fleet Street. As we mentioned last time, that is really the primary goal of this project, is to connect public spaces. and we have some exterior materials to discuss. All right. So we got through that.
Very busy.
You just bit off a lot.
That's, so, well, I just want to say that we heard a lot of great comments last time, and we took them to heart, and hopefully you'll like what we've done. So this is the history. This is the existing conditions on the left, and to the right are the historic. The lower right bluish photo is the Dolphin Hotel right before, well, the building in front of it had just burned down. I guess that's the Pierce Block. And that's the Dolphin Hotel, which is still standing. It did burn down in the late 60s, but you can see it had an arcade on the bottom. That's the site plan. In this view, north is at 10 o'clock. And Ladd Street and Haven Court are to the left. And the demolition, we have the demolition drawings in here. So the shed additions and smaller scale wood additions on the back, the L's and whatnot, are proposed to be removed. We are also proposing to remove the rear section of just the roof on 18 High Street, the Opera House. Right now it slopes down very steeply and is not a usable space. We want to connect the existing buildings on Congress Street to the addition, so we need to lift that up a bit. Yep. And there's the new roof plan. There will be solar panels up here and some mechanical equipment. We're not showing those yet, but what this does have is the elevator overrun and stair towards the back, which is right there. Yep. All right. First floor plan, the existing buildings are to the right, 3 and 1 Congress Street, and the addition is to the left. And you can see how we've pulled back that interior first floor off of High Street, so that that is a drop off for hotel guests. The cars can drop off there. There would be valet service, which would then take the cars around the corner to a car elevator off of Haven Court, where they would be parked down below, which is here down below. And so this is the shadow drawing, and as we talked about in the beginning, our goal with this design is to bring people through the alleyways to help them find their way to cool spaces in the city, and we're doing that by using light, sunlight, daylight, to anchor this building to its place in the city and its place in time. This design can exist nowhere else but here, and we've taken cues from the existing building and how it's designed, particularly, as you may recall, the dormers, the kind of a playful gesture with the terracotta medallions on the corner of 1 Congress Street. They have the open flower and the closed flower depending on how it's facing the sun. We're removing the fire escapes along High Street, which currently create some amazing shadows that change during the time of day. And one may not really think about it when you're walking around town, but you can tell what time of day it is by the shadows on these buildings or the shadows on the street. And hopefully, when the sun hits these different elements in the building, whether they're medallions or shadow elements, a person walking through might be able to go, oh, wait, north is that way. That's where the north end was, and I want to go to Prescott Park. And it's just a subliminal way to help orient yourself in a city of mazes where they hand out paper maps that aren't to scale and people are always getting lost. This will help them find their way. So that's why we're showing the shadows. Okay. And demolition elevations, as we've discussed, restoring the facades based on historic photos on Congress Street.
You know, before you get ripping through demolition, I'm hoping that you do remember that we want to have photographs of interior, exterior wall details on these existing buildings, although I know they've been, changed in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and any history that you can come up with for those buildings. And then you'll have to put it in some sort of binder or whatever. You'll give it to us, and
absolutely,
one will go to the Athenaeum, maybe one goes to the library.
We'd be very happy to do that.
Pretty standard stuff now for demolition.
In addition, we've done a 3D laser cloud scan of the existing building. So we have inside and outside in 3 dimensions, the entire, even the stuff we're tearing down, we modeled it, so it's there.
Paper is good too.
We'll print it on paper too. Okay.
Can you go over that, you know, I mean, you're just jumping around so much, I'm having trouble, the drive-through aspect of the hotel?
I would be happy to. If you could, Nick, please go to the next page. There we go. That is the High Street elevation. So, as you recall, last time we had the lifting storefront windows.
Yeah.
The fold, so they fold up instead of sideways, like a typical Nano wall. Those are gone from High Street. We still have, I think, 3 on the Haven Court, but they're gone from High Street, and instead we have the granite piers with some metal screening here and there, and then the actual the glass wall of the building that leads to the lobby is pushed back, so cars can drive underneath that second floor right at that section. And that is Haven Court. Again, the shape, the triangular facets of that glass corner are there to allude to the triangular shape of the steeple, very simply. And this is the very back alley. It's about 11 feet off of the back of Newbury's, so it's very simple and plain, but there it is. It's utilitarian. And the view from above. And the view from popovers. Yeah, okay. And, well, no. We'll talk about it on the drawing side handout. And, yep, that's High Street. There's the drive under. The new renderings are a bit clearer. I think you'll see that a little better. These are a little simpler. And the view down at Haven Court, and we do have quite a bit of, it's not shown in this one, but it's in the updated rendering, quite a bit of site improvements, landscaping and hardscaping and lighting improvements. The goal being to make this super inviting to pedestrians and to encourage people to explore what's down here. And I will say that changing this to a hotel, although a lot of residents don't find use in a hotel room, what it does offer the residents and visitors and everybody who's in the city, it offers life. And this Haven Court has been kind of a dark, scary place for a long time, and it's been a problem. The police department has expressed concerns over the safety of this space. And so the number one way to make it safe is to have people there. And by having a residential use, even a short-term residential use with a big restaurant on the ground floor, there's going to be people there all day, not just 8 to 5. So I think that's going to help a lot. And we also have lots of lighting. It's going to be light and bright and fun. And Terrence, if you have questions about that, Terrence is here to answer any questions. I know last time he started to get into it, and we weren't quite there. So,
you know, we were still looking at the massing
Yeah.
and such, but I think this is a good time for you to discuss what the plans that you have.
Do you have any?
the site.
So, as Tracy said, I'm trying to pick up on, trying to animate the space, because you know that this is a critical space in the paths from the McIntyre Building through Commercial Alley, through Ladd Street, over down by Gillies and Fleet, and potentially over to Vaughan Mall and the Worth Lot. And that's the hope, that this is the connector between the great east-west connector. So my job is to pick up on the themes that Tracy's established in the architecture, the metal, the glass, the illumination, and animate the space. And I pick up on the theme of time. And I think last time I discussed the history of labyrinths. And in this particular case, using the labyrinth to accentuate time in the walking from one point to another point, for instance, from the parking garage down to Fleet Street. And that's
The newer rendering, a couple pages ahead, might show it.
Bring one of these things up.
You skip way ahead. It's okay.
Where?
Are we talking about this rendering?
Is that the newer one? It's
Whatever you just handed out is not in this package.
It's on the
All
printed
right.
page.
Yeah.
It's page 2 and 3 on the printed page.
Are you looking into the building through that corner pyramid?
Yes, that's occupied space. It's restaurant on the ground floor. We haven't programmed the upper floors yet, but it's occupied space, whereas previously it was more of an atrium.
So that has the same rounded lighting that you're going to have hanging over this alleyway? That's what it appears to be. Yeah.
Correct.
I think it's pretty cool.
That's the chief form of illumination for Haven Court, from High Street down to the top of where Newbury slopes to Gillies. So that catenary light will stretch across the top. And there'll be some metal arches that go from the Newbury building to the side of the parking garage. And there'll also be stone, sculpted stone sitting benches in the corner by where you can see Newbury's here on page 2. And then again, at the top of Gillies, there'll be a resting place there because there'll be a long series of steps. So the steps up from Gillies, well, I think it's about 14 feet of grade. So we're gonna like design the steps so you have this definite rhythm in your foot travel. So you'll always be stepping up in a group of steps with the same foot. So it'll have a really nice cadence. And on the Gillies side, there'll also be a sculpted railing that'll pick up on some of the metal that Tracy's having on this building. So the railing will be serpentine, and the paving pattern will be serpentine. So you'll have a real sense of there's a lot of detail from Fleet Street over to the parking garage that will animate, kids and all users all alike. And so the catenary lights will illuminate the space, as will the arched lights that are evident on the third sheet.
If I could I just want to clarify that the actual site improvements are not part of this HDC application. They're here for reference. This will be a separate application that will be developed in collaboration with the city for this public way.
I was just going to ask you, do you own the land going down to Gillies, or because you've made some elaborate plans here?
So Terrence can elaborate. The property lines of this parcel end at Newbury's, but there is an easement, a public, there's an access easement for Newbury's through Haven Court. Beyond Newbury's, I believe it's owned by the city. So that's why it's going to be a joint effort. But we do want to show in these renderings what our hope is as we go forward.
And the dumpsters?
Oh, no, so the dumpsters go away. They will be subterranean dumpsters with trash chutes, similar to what is happening at Brick Market. There will be 3 stainless steel cylinders in that back alley, right there, and then...
Right by the Newbury's door. Yep.
Trash goes underground, and it is collected and removed by the property owners of this building. It comes out the car elevator into trucks and goes away. So you'll never see it.
Good.
Yeah.
So we have restoration of a couple historical buildings, 3 actually, and then we have this modern addition on the back. Still got my favorite windows in it, I see, but I'm wondering if it's time to everybody chime in on this and try to ask some questions.
Are those windows operable?
They are, and they are being fabricated by Pella. Pella makes them currently, they have 2 lines of windows. The commercial line makes them not operable. They have a residential line that has them operable, so they're combining forces to make a commercial one that's operable in that same shape.
So it's a casement.
They're casements, and the cool thing is they open at the corner, but there's no corner post. So when they open 90 degrees, it'll just look like a regular French casement, but when they're closed, they come to a point.
Technical problem. What happens to the roof of them?
We are building a roof and a floor, basically. It's like a bay window that sticks out of a building. So we'll have a hat and a base.
So when the windows open up, the roof will still be there?
The roof stays there, yes.
Fascinating.
That's cool.
Questions? Yes,
On the old buildings on Congress Street, I don't know, not the corner building, but the one you're putting the dormer in, you're showing coins on the corner in the rendering. Are those there?
They're not there now, but they used to be. If you look at the historic photo on page 302, I have it here. On the upper right, for a period of time, it had heavy coining on the corners. Also, some pretty intense window heads and sills, and some different windows.
I think my reaction to that the last time was that it was a lot for what appears to be now a simple building. And I'm just not quite convinced. And the style of window that you're showing here with the coins, it looks like it's a mishmash of modern windows and very Victorian ornate coining. So I'm not sure what this building, what is this building? It's got some very elaborate things going on, and it's very small, and I'm worried about it.
The original building was built in the 1860s, and it had, as we mentioned last time, at that original time, it had a very simple kind of wooden stick storefront. And then in the 1890s, the building on the corner was rebuilt into the bank with a very fancy cast iron storefront and granite. And then those guys felt a little outdone, so they came back and put it in a nice fancy, in the 1890s or around the turn of the century, they put in their fancy cast iron storefront, half of which exists today, the other half was removed. There's been a series of changes. So, I mean, you can kind of take and pick what you want to keep or restore or not. We have proposed to restore the second floor windows to as they were mid-20th century, which was the stained glass and the French casements. Right now, they are a true kind of modern Conair, very blank window. We also want to restore the heads and sills. That is different than what was originally there. On the second floor, it was 3 2-over-2s across the front. So, so we're kind of taking that early, not the very first day it was built, but maybe 30 years later approach.
Anyone else? I see some hands come up there. David, you haven't chimed in.
David, I kind of, I think it's exciting to think that you're going to have cars driving into this little reception area.
Mm-hmm.
It may be that that's a very, very good choice on this side street, which is so narrow. I wonder how that works with pedestrians, but that's down the road. I find the angled windows, the glazed corner, and the roof edge skylights, to me, are all awkward. And I just don't find any comfort in them. I do appreciate the changes that you want to make to the front of the small building on Congress Street. I do also appreciate the eccentricities that are appearing around, we'll call the Opera House, as you're trying to step back using that as a lobby. I mean, the tension of its reuse is clear. And I can understand how that is not going to follow what anybody might think of as the norms of historic architecture in our town. But the windows, the glazed corner, and the roof edge are just, they're hard for me to take. They're just hard for me to take.
The changes to the roof are quite a big change from before we had the dormers. This is almost a literal
There is a roof.
There is. It's the same roof that's on the back of 3 Congress, and we're just replicating that down the road. It's nothing new. It's already there. And no, I think if you go, well, yeah, it's that. There you go. And so when that sky window wall is original to the building. The very first pictures show that there, and it was a print photography studio. So they had a light room and a dark room, and that's what our design is all about. It's about light and dark and bringing light in. And And that was an important element in the 1890s, and that was when we had, people were starting to experiment with the cast iron and building these glass palaces, the crystal palaces and the greenhouses, and they were starting to do stuff like this on roofs. And it was experimental, and eventually they abandoned the cast iron and went to steel, and things got different. But it was a moment in time that is a really unique thing on this building that exists nowhere else. And so we're capitalizing on that. I think it's a special part of the old building that should be carried through to the new building.
These skylights, on the new building?
Yeah, they're slanted.
These are like 3 skylights molded together, so to speak?
They're Velux.
They're regular commercial
They're
skylights.
Velux.
What is in between them? What is this? It's like a little mini firewall or something? And what is this?
It's kind of like a buttress that is takes its cue from the flanking copper edges of the sky window on the old building. That is, if you look at the photos, it is covered in copper. It's green copper. It sticks up like these fins on an old 1950s Chevy or something. It's kind of strange, but they seemed a little too Batman-like to carry over to the new building, so we've adjusted the proportions so that they blend in with the roof lines.
So they're
a little better.
vertical, they go up vertical.
The lower part of it is
and then they
vertical,
angle over.
and then the top of it is more in line with the mansard roof shape that it's attached to. And this is a 2D elevation, so you won't get it. But if you look at the 3D drawings,
H334.
Yeah, shows it well.
John, the cover.
Yeah.
Nice demonstration of the corner.
and the video we're going to show you has a close-up.
No.
So
3-4?
H334.
we have a really good close-up animation video that does a fly-through of those roof features. I would recommend looking at that.
Tracy, I think the windows work really well. I am worried about those buttresses.
Okay. So this is a shadow study, basically, and showing how the light moves through the site, and why some of these facade, some of the relief and texture we have on the facade is what it does. So, okay. I'm not sure what that is. So those are the bottoms of the windows. You can see it has a cap and a bottom. The awnings that are along the storefront. That's Haven Court. And those are the sky windows. And the original building on the corner.
So I didn't realize that they were curved in between the skylights.
Yeah.
They are.
So now you're adding a whole nother element. You've got a building that has a lot of new stuff for Portsmouth here. And why are you doing that? Why are they curved like that? Or matter of fact, why are they even there?
Why are they there? They're there to
Do they
separate.
need to be there?
If you look at the building across the street, the building across the street is punctuated with these sharp, vertical little onesie dormers and these
the
deep
old
recessed
Victorian
balconies.
have a
And
lot
I
of
think
trouble with those
if you just did a straight wall or roof across the front, it would feel unbalanced.
But you have these 3 skylights molded together, which we've never seen before.
You have,
You'll
they're right
those.
there.
You have 3, 3, 3, you have those. But now you've added almost a Japanese element up there with I'm just wondering what's going on.
Well, if you, again, the 2D drawing doesn't show the shape of the existing roofscape, but the existing fins that flank the window on the existing building, which we're referencing, have almost a curve to it. And where it's actually 3 angles that scoop around, and it's a little clunky. We thought it was simpler and cleaner just to do a very shallow curve. And that's what it's alluding to.
And the original building on the corner doesn't have those. It has a
does.
mansard roof, but it's totally straight.
No, it's not.
is.
If you look at the 3D views, yeah. I didn't bring the close-up photo, but I think if you zoom in the renderings,
This-
3.32, I mean, it looks straight. to
Yeah,
me.
but Nick doesn't have that PDF.
Yeah, but
I
he has it
posted
written in
it
front of him.
online.
The printout?
Yeah, I've
I'd rather
uploaded
just
it.
keep with what we got.
Yeah, so on the printout, sheet 3.51, you can see a bit of that shape. And the top left photo on 302, if you have good eyes, you can see that it has a flare. It's not straight.
Is that straight?
The roof edge is, to my knowledge, pretty damn straight.
It looks pretty damn straight, if you excuse my angle. It looks straight.
But the roof itself is.
Mansard roof.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I mean, everything
No.
you're saying is this is referencing something else.
Yeah.
You know, as if a building has to reference everything around it.
I think she's trying to cope with these things, the way that this cut, see the original window that she's looking at, cut
Yes.
through the transition of the lower plane to the upper plane of the mansard.
Okay.
And that's why they had to build these two flanking units, to get that cut in the cornice line,
Okay.
to do what they needed.
And it's straight here.
Yeah.
So then what is curved?
But I don't think, when they're trying to simplify that by not going up so high, so to make that work, they end up with a flat spot. They get rid of carrying that flat spot down, they just did a sweep. I mean, it's an efficiency that she's looking for here. I think that it's there, it
Way
works.
to build it, in other words.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just don't get it. So I've jumped in. Who else wants to ask some questions about this? Martin?
Yeah. There's a lot of elements of this I like, and I've always liked the windows that sort of angle out, these little bay windows. I think it's very unique. This whole building is very unique. It's, the one thing that breaks my heart, though, is that damn drive-through. I think you ruined your building with it. I really do. You've ruined the pedestrian experience at that sidewalk level. You know, it's just, if you're not going there, it's a very, to me, it's probably going to be very difficult to work with the vehicles. There's going to be restrictions as to what kind of vehicles can go in there. If you could live without that, I would recommend you do. Or maybe what you do is you go with the far right vehicle opening, and you come out on Haven Court, so that you're coming around this glass prism that you have on the corner. To me, you open it up and you allow pedestrian access under the prism into the building. Right now, it's an object, but it doesn't really have much more function than as a symbol. I mean, are you going to put it?
That's where the lounge is. It's connected to the restaurant.
I know, but it just seems like an underutilized space. It's such a special space. Unless you're going to put a table there and that's the table, you know, it's just.
Martin's table.
I would think that, I'm not worthy of that table, but if that was open and you could walk under it and look up, maybe that's the kind of spatial experience that I think that would be worthy of this object. But yeah, that drive-through really breaks my heart. I can't. I don't mind what you're doing at the roof. I think this has sort of an Art Nouveau kind of modern Art Nouveau quality to it, which I think is very creative and interesting. But I just don't like what you're doing at the ground level with that drive-through. It just it's awful. And if you could live without it, I would try to do it. I just think that, let vehicles be in Haven Court more so, and do not put, don't put this big gap at your street level. Okay.
Anybody else here? You want to say anything about the drive? pickup drive-through.
There's just a lot going on, and a lot that I like about it, but I'm not sure how you're gonna get cars in and out. Either you need that drive-through, or you take away what I really like with you've done with the Ladd Street, Haven Street pass. More pedestrian, so I'm not sure what the answer is. And splitting it, I think, like you said, from in one end and out the other, I think takes away both of those areas. It's a tough. I'm not sure what the answer is.
Yeah, I haven't driven through yet.
I don't really understand what's going on. There's a lot going on there, and I like many of the elements I like, but it's the total of it. It just seems like there's a lot happening on every side, and I just don't know what to make of it. The windows, by themselves, I could live with those, but then we've got the obelisk, 2 of them now, and we've got the drive-through, and then on the front, the details with the coins, and there's just a lot happening, and that might be okay, but I just don't understand it. I just don't get it.
Well, so I've already expressed my, I don't understand a lot of it either. I'm not saying, though, that I'm against it. I guess I'm willing to look at this as, it's almost like we've been transported to Montreal, or this is not Boston, New York here. This is something totally different. And it's a hotel. So I'm going to have to disagree with Martin on the car thing. As one who drives down to Florida and back and stops at 4 on the, stops 4 times on the way, I understand what you have to have to get out of your car and to get your suitcases and stuff. You've got to have something, either that or you have to have something that projects out to cover you up. So to me, I see that this is working. It's definitely a hotel. There's no storefronts involved with this. So I guess that I'm feeling that that's all right. It's just a combination of stuff here that has gotten me confused also. And there again, I had the same problem on Daniel Street, and actually now that it's being constructed, I have more of a problem. I'm just looking at all the wood that's on it. I didn't quite realize that there was that much wood on it. So I just want to be sure that this is right. Margot?
I agree that there are a lot of elements. And Tracy, I think your challenge is figuring out how to harmonize these elements either a little more or make them more separate, which sounds a little strange, but you have your old buildings, the Opera House and the buildings on Congress Street, and they have a lot of common elements. They have coins, they have a lot of decorative features, they're very Victorian. And then you have your building, and it is also very complicated, but it's complicated in a very different way with a very different feel. And somehow they're not quite working with each other. If they were in separate locations, each one individually would work, but there's something that's just not quite working with the two just yet. I like the skylight concept. I think that the division between them might be too heavy, and there's maybe something wrong with the shape, but it's a little hard to tell with these renderings. I think your flyover helped, but I'm not sure it's there yet. I see what Martin is saying about the drive-through. I think the biggest problem with the drive-through is that it ends up feeling like a garage. There's oil stains and trash ends up in the corner, and unless the hotelier is very meticulous about keeping it up to really top standards, it can start to look dingy, and that's a challenge. I don't know if there's some possibility of reorganizing some of the interior to allow that to happen some other way or some other space. And your obelisk corner feature, I'm still waiting on that. I haven't fallen in love with it. Not sure I totally hate it. I'm waiting to see if you change it in the future, or if it's going to stay exactly the way it is right now.
So a couple points. Thank you for those comments. The Dolphin Hotel had its vehicular drop-off at that same place, and there are photos that show the cars lined up with a recessed arcade. So the recessed arcade has historic precedent, and we just want to recreate that, which used to be there for 150 years. The column spacing was a little tighter than what's there now, so we can look at something. We still actually need it functionally to work. We have added, it's hard to see in that rendering, but the newer renderings show it better. We've added some kind of lacy metal screening elements to soften that. There's lighting inside, so it will be a glowing, inviting space, and the walls behind it are a lot of storefronts that will have light into the restaurant beyond. And in the Prism, we have changed it quite a bit already, and we can continue to develop that as well.
I have a question. If High Street got the Chestnut Street treatment without the curbs, would that have a different impact on the way the garage entrance was perceived? In that whole street would become kind of pedestrian zone with the curbs lined out in pavement, and then the pattern flowing through into the turnaround underneath the building. I think that would change the perception of the separation in the pedestrian interference. So that's the view going forward in the long term, is to change the whole pattern, removing all the curbs at High Street, make it like a Chestnut Street.
And I think that's something we're going to be looking at from the city side with you guys. I think if this thing is like Chestnut Street, then there's probably no need to go into the building, because you'd remove parking off that street, and you'd have a wider street and less of a need to go in the building to get off the street for someone to get out of their car. So it would probably open up other opportunities than puncturing the building for the drive-through lane, if the parking was changed on High Street, which I'm not suggesting is going to happen, but that's got to be looked at, because Chestnut Street's not a parked street.
Yeah, and you've got a lot of people on that street, on the other side. Actually, Stefano has got her place, and the coffee shops on the corner.
There's also a 900 space garage right there.
Right in front of you.
It may be,
Yeah, right in front of you.
and that's a lot of real estate for 5 parking spaces. So they may need to go.
I can just see checkouts at 11. Everyone goes to checkout at 11.
Yeah.
I don't know how many rooms are here. And I just, functionally, I don't know. Aesthetically, I think it's awful.
I mean, the AC Hotel has
Functionally, I think
130
it's
rooms, and
questionable.
they have a valet space on the street.
Yeah.
So
Trying to make more headlines now, Mark.
I'm sorry.
Just grabbing.
As John said.
Just grabbing them.
Yeah.
So I think that we've all had our expressions, and I think we want to ask anyone in the public to make any comments that they'd like, and then we need to move on. Maybe you need a lapel mic.
It's good timing for me to have them all on the same night. Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. Tourists often come and can be seen sitting on the benches looking up at the tops of the many old buildings in downtown, enjoying the classic architecture, craftsmanship, and attention to details of the days of old. Did you notice my new hairstyle? Did it strike you as out of place for a woman my age to be wearing my hair in pigtails and braids, much less to a board meeting? Perhaps it would be okay if I was going to a costume party to be Pippi Longstocking. That is what the new section of this project looks like against the proposed restoration of the Merchant Bank and the National Hotel. It's not that the new section isn't interesting. It's completely out of place in the middle of downtown Portsmouth in one of the core parts of the historic district, much less against the backdrop of the North Church and the restored front and the classic look on the left side of High Street. 93 Pleasant Street included the restoration of the Elks Club. The addition that was added to the back of that building looks like it belongs to the original building being restored. This could be considered for this building. It should also come down in height, which is required on the corner of High and Haven Court, to 2 to 3 stories, a maximum of 40 feet. The proposed glass art on the corner of Haven and High Street seems more like it is being proposed to be a lighted beacon to the restaurant at this location, or now a hotel. This should not be permitted in the historic district of downtown. That's the difference between the North End Island and being in the middle of downtown. It could possibly find a home in a larger park as a piece of art or an animated sign or a lighted sign. The back door of the Hanover Garage does not need any wayfaring at all. Most people come out and they can see Market Street as well as Congress Street, and once they get out there, there are signs and there's even a tourist information center. Please ask them to create a more authentic building for the core of the historic district, lower the heights, which were in place for a reason, to find a home for the interesting glass. I do want to say that I find it very disconcerting that this was not available to the public on time. I also want to say that originally that was proposed that whole area be a no-car section, and now they're proposing to have a drive-through for their cars. Now the cars are going to drive out of that section, then drive up onto Haven Court, so they're going to disturb the pedestrians twice. The other thing that became very apparent when I went downtown for Mother's Day to try to find a cookie, but unfortunately every restaurant and place was packed with all those other mothers, I don't know why, but is that street, tons of cars go down it, going in and out of that parking garage. I was really floored by how many cars use that street, coming and going from there. So I don't think that could ever be a pedestrian-only street if we want to be able to allow people to use the parking garage. And the parking garage needs as many entrances because otherwise it lines up like crazy all along Fleet Street and Hanover Street. So having that third entrance is important. I think I do want to say that I'd like to thank the Jarvis family for maintaining the structures for as long as they did. And I do want to tell you that when I did my research, I looked up the hotel quite a lot on the Athenaeum website. I also looked it up online, and interesting, in Ireland, there is a hotel that looks very similar to the National Hotel that was here in Portsmouth. It was also called the National Hotel. So when you do a search for the National Hotel in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, you sometimes get these pictures of the one in Ireland. The one in Portsmouth, I never found any pictures that they had a drop-off underneath the building. I only found it with the drop-off here.
It's right here.
I'm not going to argue with you about it. It's not what I was able to find. I just know that what I was able to find did not show that. It showed the cars pulling up on the street to dropping off there. So I think this end of the building that you see now is absolutely hideous for the center of downtown Portsmouth. Thank you.
All right, we'll keep it as light as possible. So I think, you're seeing a lot of pushback, and you keep bringing it back to us as if that all you have to do is change a detail or two, and then we'll go, oh, this is good now. So you're getting a lot of pushback. I'm not sure if there's, it's up to you to actually look at individual members and see what the vote could possibly be. This is really part of your job, but you have to figure out what you think you need to do to get an approval, is what I'm saying. And I'm feeling there's pushback. So that's about all I can say right now.
Got a lot to do.
Got a lot to do. Yeah. All righty, so.
Continue?
Continuance for indefinite time, next month, or?
Next month, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So move.
So move.
So move, second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Meet again. Here we go.
Can we take a 2-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a break.
2 minutes.
Oh, no.
2?
It's gonna be at least 3 minutes.
You are your time, I'll go.
I can't do nothing in 3 minutes.
Apparently, my friend is watching the puppy. It says he's asleep at the moment. One more.
How do they get the peanuts that small?
Maybe when I get home.
That's okay, right? He's doing good.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the only thing, not the only thing, the one good thing about this puppy is he has no problem sleeping. It's great.
That's his home.
I mean, they couldn't have. Blossom might have done that too, but it didn't make her moment crazy. So we do this, and I had no idea you could. And well, they don't want you to keep the dog in the crate for the time, because they're supposed to be out socializing.
Right, living life the way they're going to. They're not going to go to help somebody as a guide dog and then, live in the crate.
It's still hot. He wants to have those outside out in the bed. Yeah, it's great.
He's tired.
No, you're right.
Do you have a song? This one is.
We're not even, that's why I said we'd take a 2-minute break, that's great, but we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we come back, we've got one more of these, and this is gonna be another one, probably. Then we move into this one, which is gonna be big, and then
This one is, because this is the mansion, we've done this.
this is the mansion, but they're coming back, they're gonna do some, they're looking at something on the garage, right? Yeah, they wanna take off part of the, let's see, they've got something on the garage, the carriage house, they're messing with the carriage house. And then one Walton Alley, and then we've got, it ends up with a complete demo on Holmes Court. This is gonna be a long night. You leave, we don't even have a quorum, do we? We have a quorum. Look at it this way.
We're missing two.
Okay, so Reagan will be out for that one. And then she's doing that one too, isn't she? Is she doing that one?
It is. I thought it was Ann. No, it's Brendan.
Oh, okay. Hi, Katie. Hi, how are you? I didn't recognize you.
Like my mask. Wait, these are long, right? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's 179 Pleasant Street still on? Yeah. It's okay, I thought something was.
Yeah, you know what? This one is like 92 Pleasant Street.
You have to leave.
So we got one more of these and new work session.
I didn't understand those.
This one is Sanders' house.
Like babysitting.
Yeah, we got one more.
So would they cut anybody off? I can push it a little bit longer, based on where they're gonna do reports.
This is the second time we met last week. So then after we get through
Rolling along.
you're all the way, you're right here, number 2. on your
You were very articulate. Yes. As the gold star time.
in the future.
Oh, this.
Yes, good for you. Good for you.
You didn't say anything weird like.
You brought it together, gave it some framework.
But you actually have my statement.
Far better. I bow. Far more eloquent than I would ever have been.
So if I'm
No, in that
my complaints.
No. I don't have her sensitivity. It was great.
Thank you. If I can't add to Rains Avenue, at least I can add to something else.
Yeah.
I've kind of have given up on that. I just can't. I can't.
You have to find your own place. If you can't support,
Are you happy with the Lear?
how much you have to pull
Yeah.
back if you can't support, that's the issue.
It was hard getting there, but.
I understand exactly where you were.
It's forever.
We all, I think, will go there if we haven't already. It's not always, just to say, I don't think it's always the greatest to pull back completely. There are still useful things that you could say. Not so much bowing to the inevitable, but still useful things that you can say.
I'm trying to be sensitive to your comment to me. Margot, sometimes I don't know why you voted the way you did. I want to make sure that there's no question at the end why I'm voting the way I'm voting.
Sure. Okay.
Because sometimes when you participate and you make comments that seem positive, and then when you vote no, people
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Those people might, we never will. I think everybody knows that. I'd like to think that everybody here has things that they have to grapple with when they make a vote.
Long time. We're not even.
I don't think, don't make your life difficult because of us. I think everyone here will understand when you do that.
Thank you.
I'm sure where David's going.
I don't know what you're talking about. To push things off to the next one. Nick?
You're leaving.
Don't get too long.
10, right?
I can push it a little bit. Do we ever just say we've gone too late and we push things off to the next week?
We haven't. You can, but we haven't had to.
Back in the bad days, we hit midnight a couple of times.
Oh, we did that a lot, yeah, a few years ago.
No fun.
It's easy. I'd rather do it.
Sure.
All right.
Get out the
Where's Tracy?
coffee machine.
No, I didn't get in.
Or maybe it was just a proofread.
You see any changes, Marcy?
Yeah, that's right.
A better description of how high
I
it
know
is.
you are.
Beyond that, I don't think we're seeing anything.
She's right there in the hall, so let's start.
Measure to measure.
Tracy.
The better description.
Yeah.
Yeah, before it loses.
But I don't see anything changed.
Comes, Ms. Rudy.
Holmes Court. Because I'm Kenny would be here by the time we get to
All righty, so we're back.
This one that's on, this one.
And we have a work session requested by 445 Marcy Street LLC, owner for property located at 445 Marcy Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the construction of a new single-family residence with attached garage as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as Lot 3 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts. Who here is to present this?
Good evening, Tracy Kozak, Arc of Architects, here with the applicants, Jim and Gail Sanders. This is a house they're building for themselves on a property they've owned for a while. We, again, submitted some, just one updated rendering I'd like to hand around. We posted it to the website, but it's here. We've been playing with different colors. We've looked at green, brown, gray, blue. So I know color's not in your purview, but this shows some of the changes we've made. The biggest change is we lowered the top of the roof 3 feet. And you'll see some comparative height drawings. That was the main discussion last time. We did that by changing the roof pitch from on the primary gable from a 10-12 to a 9-12. We took 6 inches out of each floor. We're holding the first floor elevation at 13 feet to be prepared for sea level rise. I think you will find as the years roll by, all the neighbors will be lifting up their houses as well. So this won't be such a big thing. We've added fences around the perimeters. We lowered the height of the west porch and the garage west eave by a foot. We simplified the detailing on that west freezeboard and porch. We received a calculated engineered average grade plane from the engineers as they have developed the grading on the site. It actually lowered the average grade plane, which is an imaginary line, because they're designing basically a swale, a retention pond in the lower corner on Partridge Street to help mitigate the flooding. And the design of the water management design of this parcel will actually improve the flooding that currently happens on Partridge Street. In so doing, it lowers that imaginary grade plane on the drawings, but that is reflected accurately in these drawings. So while it may look like the building has not changed in height more than a foot, it actually has. As you measure absolute from sea level, it's 3 feet lower. Okay. We decreased the height of the top of wall, so the wall height is lower. The wall height between the first floor and second floor windows is decreased. That was a comment from last time. And we adjusted the sizes of the windows and tweaked the proportions of those to better balance the wall to glazing ratios. We changed the transom windows of the garage doors to a shutter louver style. We started playing with some of the textures of the siding and the trim. We're reflecting here in these drawings a 6-inch exposure on the clapboards and shingles, whereas previously we had 4. We have increased the corner boards from 4 inches to 6 inches. We have added a return jamb trim to the windows on the clapboards. We are showing solar panels on the rear south roof. We are targeting a net zero energy goal to this property in light of the climate challenges that it's facing. Added the fences. We removed the curb cut on Prairie Street. It's just a walkway now. And we have some preliminary materials to discuss with you as well. Those are the changes.
Any of these?
Yeah, where are we on the?
That's a summary of the changes. So if you would like to start from the beginning, I'm happy to take you through the drawing set.
Just the drawing.
All right. That's the back of the package. If you want to go to the front, I think we should start at the beginning, if you could,
Do
please.
you really want to do that, or do you want to go to questions? Is everybody lost?
Do you want to look at, I think we should look through the drawings we've submitted, if we could, please. I would love to explain to you what we did.
Okay, let's do it. Go.
You don't want to look at the drawings?
No, he does.
All right, that's the site plan. The footprint is not much different, other than we've reduced the scope of pavement, so I won't spend any time on this, but it's there for reference as well as this one. You can cruise by these. These were asked for last time, so we've included them, and those are the two-dimensional comparisons of roof heights. If you were to lay a giant piece of plywood across this neighborhood, you will see that the buildings to the north are taller than the buildings to the south. Our building's right in the middle, and it would not topple the plywood. So it's right in the middle. The building to the left is 6 feet higher. The buildings to the right are lower, but we have the one-story garage form on the right side of the building to transition down to that lower neighborhood. That's what these drawings are. These are the two-dimensional elevations with the corresponding roof height and trim adjustments that I just described. That's the side elevation to the west. There will be a 6-foot fence in front of that, and then another house, presumably on the empty lot, which will be built. This is the back elevation. It is set way back from Partridge Street. There is a driveway access there. And just interesting side note, we have met with TAC, and they were concerned about what the street address would be, because the front door is on Prairie Street, but your garage door is on Partridge Street. So there's a little back and forth over.
You're kidding.
Yes, well, so they want the street address to this house to be Partridge Street, because that's where the garage and driveway is. So
heard of that before.
that is where it landed with TAC, and if we want it to be different, we have to ask for a
Yeah.
variance.
Wow. So didn't the cars drive through before? Wasn't there?
They did that. So that requires a variance to have 2 curb cuts on a single property. That may be something we will pursue per request of the fire department, because they want to be able to come to an emergency to the front of a building, what they perceive is a building, a draft from the building. They would like to be able to pull their emergency vehicle into a driveway if possible. So that would be the argument for putting it back on Prairie Street, but we're kind of at their whim right now and seeing which way the wind blows. This is the east side elevation facing the neighboring property. Again, there will be a 6-foot fence there. There is one now. That's the view from Prairie Street, more towards Marcy. That's the front porch. We lowered the roof. We raised the porch floor so it's more human scaled. The whole thing kind of got a little more cozy. And the view from the other side of Prairie, and again, that's the same view of the rendering I handed around, which is more accurate as to what it will actually be.
Tracy, you really doing a 2-foot fence?
That is a 3-foot fence.
Really?
That is a 3-foot fence. Yep. And the back porch, again, this will be heavily screened. You won't really see it from the public way because along Partridge Street, there is heavy vegetation. There will be a fence. It's meant to be a very private backyard. There is solar panels, I want to point out, on the upper roof. And
This is the front door.
no, that is not. That is kind of the back door. That is the back porch.
Well, good luck with that.
That is a handicapped entrance, so that because the building's elevated, we don't want to put a giant ramp in front of the house. So we've located a handicap door halfway so that we can slope the grade up without handrails to allow wheelchair access. And in context. Again, the larger buildings are to the north and the smaller buildings are to the south. This is a view from the north. And that is the view from the south with the 1-story garage elements on the back. Yep. And that in the new rendering is all we have. We do have some handouts of potential exterior materials to discuss. If you would like to have talk about materials, I'd love to do so.
I think that our last meeting was still about the size of the structure. And so you have made a lot of changes. I'm feeling that that's what we should be talking about. Is everyone on board? And so with that in mind, I'd like to get some comments going. Do I have to call on people?
Sure, of course you do. So.
I hate to do it. Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I know it. Couple of quick questions, I think, just functional things. We're assuming it's some sort of metal roofing. It's going to have a color. You haven't quite decided yet, but you're close. That's okay. It's not going to rise or fall on that, I'm sure. Nagging, a couple of naggers. The round window in the gable end has no trim. How do you bring your shingles to that?
Well, I'm happy to talk about how to do that. We're actually showing a smooth board, so it would be crafted as a return, like a jam return, just a smooth board. It's supposed to be white, as it is updated in the updated rendering. It's a white board that goes around. We don't have the 4-inch surface casing around it, though, and I've kind of gone back and forth on that.
Shingles is sometimes hard to handle in situations like that.
Yeah.
Next question. It appears that your windows the sashes themselves are quite recessed. Are you building like a 10-inch wall?
It is an 18-inch wall. It's a double stud wall, insulated, so that we can get net zero energy.
So even with the windows recessed, it looks to be about 7 inches. You're still going to be 10 inches to the windows from the inside.
Notice that's just at the clapboard siding. We've pushed the windows out to the surface on the bump outs, which are shingles. So that's basically a reflection of the idea that there's a box and then there's things that were added to it, similar to a lot of the homes in the area. Start with a box and then you have an L or a porch or something. So the bump outs are shingles. They're secondary in deference to the original box, and they have a slightly different application of the trim and the plane of glass to wall. So we're creating a very deliberate and consistent language between the box and the add-ons with those two different styles.
It appears that in the rendering, you have what appears to be what a normal shingle. On the drawings that we've been looking at, you show a rusticated shingle surface.
Yeah.
I would say that one attracts more attention to itself.
I think I like the smoother one better myself, but it's kind of a function of the textures we had in our model at the time. Happy to get your input on that.
I think a stately building like this shows better with the
one.
straight line of the shingle.
Yeah.
When you consider that the shingle, even with straight lines, provides a lot of texture. And this building, I don't think is looking for texture. Changing the sizes of the trim, some of the trim elements, has successfully, I think, to reduce the apparent scale of portions of this. Next question is that really an industrial-looking railing that goes around the parapet of the roof walk?
It's meant to be a glass rail with a metal cap. Yeah, I want it to be
Was that your first
invisible.
choice, or?
The intent is to make it as invisible as possible. So, we could maybe make it just a simple cast iron bar to make it really disappear. It only sticks up from the top of that roof about 9 or 10 inches.
My eye just jumps right to it. Maybe
Does
I'm a
it?
picky bastard.
You know what? It's showing white here.
Okay, next thing to say is I believe you were successful in your pulling the deck surface up and pulling the roof surface down. The porch looks very much more on a human scale. I'm walking the street up to the site, a couple of porches on the grander houses that you're relating to, or describing yourself as relating to. And their porches were not really of great stature or magnitude. Their porches were pretty human, and this more closely approaches that. I'd say you did some work on this thing, and that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Margot?
I appreciate the effort to bring the height down. But I'm not sure that the height was the biggest element of the mass that was bothering me. Tall and skinny doesn't bother me much. To me, it doesn't read as much in mass. But when you have big base and tall, or you have big base and not so tall, to me it still reads as a very large mass, particularly compared to the mass of a lot of the neighbors. Being down on Holmes Court for this same agenda, reminded of the very, very small footprints that are in that neighborhood. Recognizing, however, that you are not on a small lot. You have a big lot, and therefore it can take a bigger house. So I'm torn because I recognize the effort that you've made, but I still feel the building is a little bit big for its neighbors. I like some of the changes that you've made, some of the textures you're showing, I think make the building read broken up, which helps with the mass. So I'm going to leave it there.
All righty.
I would have liked to seen there. I think there's a couple of things you could do to really, tackle this mass issue, and one of them is the intersecting gable, the gable that kind of serves as the third floor bedroom. I think it could be more of a dormer than a gable. If you were to, it's awkward already because it seems like the whole building wants to flip over. Is heavy on one side. If you took that ridge frame and brought it down a couple of feet, and you brought in the surface of that gable in a couple of feet, you'd still have the space inside, and yet you'd have less of a sense of massing for this building. I think you could also take and cut the ridge for the garage portion of it as, you know, it doesn't have to come in and go right into the house. It could probably be cut and give a sense that the garage element is a piece in and of itself, and so is the house a piece in and of itself. And that would go a long way, I think, because there's a lot of roof on this, which brings me to my next comment, which really bothers me, is the solar panels. If you put the solar panels on this roof, I see this as, and right now solar panels are very popular, and I don't like them for several reasons. They're you know, foreign made, they're full of chemicals, but mostly aesthetically, they're glass. They're just this high tech, computer age looking surface that's inappropriate for our historic district. I'm just afraid if this goes up, the rest, there's no reason, the floodgates are open. We can't say that solar panels don't belong anywhere in the historic district. And I think that's a horrible thing to unleash on this community. I really do. It's very unpopular to say that, but I just don't think solar panels belong in some of our residential traditional parts of our historic district.
We brought some cut sheets of solar panels. They are evolving very fast in the technologies, and there's a lot of options out there. They're not the solar panels you saw 5 years ago. They have zero reflectivity materials now. They have solar panels that look like roofing or siding. You can even have them look like glass. You don't know they're there. The ones that we're looking at are low profile, so they are in line with the plane of the roof. They don't stick up. You don't see the grids. They don't shine like a mirror. So we will definitely want to take care that they blend in with the roofscape. We think it is critical to a net zero building to have renewable energy on site. There's just no way around that.
I get it.
I'd be receptive to that.
We don't need a back and forth on this. We're looking for comments and
well, it's an important element. The solar panels, are you going to, I mean, this is the Historic District Commission. It's not the Sustainability Commission.
One thing I'm going to say to your comment, it reminds me of a city council member that was part of our board, and she was always saying, once we made one decision, then that essentially opened up the floodgates, and it's not true. What we always pushed back, and we had to convince her a number of times, was that, you know, we look at each project separately, and they are all about the context and where they are. That's the only thing I'm going to say about your opening up the floodgates comment.
I think these will be very exposed to the community, and we can't tell people
I understand
they
that.
can't have them.
I understand that. Dan?
I think height has been the issue on this house and on the neighbors, and I appreciate the dropping down to 3 feet. But that front peak, especially along Price Street where there's a lot of just two-story houses, I think still overwhelms that neighborhood. If that could be reduced, I think you said as a dormer, maybe, rather than such an obvious height on that short Price Street, I think that would be helpful too. The rest, I think you've done well. I think the porch proportions are great. I think the house has some fun details. I've been watching that solar too, and hopefully it's going to get down to looking just like shingles, but who knows? But I had problems with the height of that dormer on the very small Prairie Street.
So I appreciate what you did too. I think you've made some nice changes. I am concerned about the amount of roof that is there, and I think Martin has a good thought about whether the peak of the garage has to be as high, and maybe the front dormer with the circle window, whether that could be reduced to help with the neighboring buildings. But I will chime in on the solar panels as well, in that my experience on this committee has been that we've allowed them where they've been hidden. And I know that they're changing, but they're not there yet. And I think it could be a problem because they're really visible. There's no hiding them at all. And so I would just weigh in on that I think it could be a problem for the rest of the south end.
Okay, I would also agree that, with Martin, that if you could turn this peak on Prey Street into a dormer, I think that that would take care of 90% of the heartburn that a lot of people have, in my opinion. I assume that there's something going on with the garage, so you're able to walk from the regular house into the garage area, or are you only able to access that little space above the garage from the garage? Is there like a staircase that you go up, or can you walk through from the second floor of the house?
The floor plans are in there, but the garage is connected to the house. The garage floor is 3 feet lower than the house first floor, so there's a short staircase inside the garage. To get up, the second floor aligns between the attic of the garage and the second floor of the house.
So it's just an attic?
It's an attic, basically, yeah.
So the possibility does exist that you could stop the connection between the garage, if that would make it.
Well,
I mean, this is something.
It's programmed space. We'd, still want to be able to access it.
Well, if it wasn't there, you couldn't access it. You'd still have the garage over, you'd still have the attic over the garage. It just wouldn't be quite as long. If that space were there and it didn't connect with the house, so to speak.
Yeah, I think they're going to use it as a bedroom, so.
So now it's a bedroom, it's not a.
Yes, but it's under the eaves completely, it's not a second floor, yeah.
All right, so I guess that my comments were if you could just, turn that into a dormer a bit. And otherwise, I think you've drawn a very good house here. You've, essentially you have something that looks like it could be on Richards Avenue or something, going up. So is it appropriate to the colonial homes? Not really, but then there are other Victorian homes in that area that, on Marcy Street, as we all know. So I'm feeling that because of the size of the lot, that this is a good fit. And I think that you've done a lot of work and it's worked out. So where are we sitting on that? Public comment, I'm sorry.
Can we talk about materials at all, or not yet?
Huh?
No?
No.
Do you want to try to scare us with something, or?
No, it's not scary, it's wood
Well,
and.
then, sure. Yeah, sure.
Sorry. Wood clapboards and shingles, we'd like to use, we're showing painted or stained, but that is a thermally heated wood, so it lasts longer. You don't have to paint it as often. Windows, either Pella or Colby. We'd love to do a clad so that it's more durable, either the fiberglass clad Colbys, which have been approved elsewhere in the neighborhood, as well as the aluminum clad Pellas. Both have been around. The trim is the poly ash boral composite trim, which paints up like wood. It would be painted, it would look like wood.
You want this stuff? Yeah. Okay.
There are all sorts of options on the metal roofing. We're sort of indicating a standing seam, but they have some interesting options. They have the shingled standing seam. They have molded metal that looks like shingles. They have synthetic slate if you don't like the metal, but we'd like to use something durable. And the color is up for grabs. We're showing all sorts of different colors on the various drawings. There's a dark gray there, we have a tan, and the blue drawing. Oh, this is the building in brown. Natural left to weather, not stained. And that's more of a tan roof, so.
What do you feel about that?
The owner prefers the blues.
Oh, okay.
I don't blame the owner at all. I always wanted blue.
How do you feel about, natural wood that's left to weather in that spot?
I'm happy to have that.
That's what it seems like that you might see in that spot. But on this house, it's, this is kind of a almost a normal house in a way, and it probably would have been painted, the shingles stained or something similar to that. So without stopping your materials, I think that we have to listen to the public, and then you have to, we'll need a continuance. Brown. So is anybody in the public would like to speak on this project? Yes. There's a seat here. Introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is John Eberline. I live at 454 Marcy Street, property owner. Your old home, you know me. I'll be very brief because I know everybody wants to get away. I appreciate that you've brought down the total height above sea level. I believe it was 47.4 before, and it's now down to 41 and change. So that's good. But about 1.5 feet of that is the drop in the average grade. And so I think, speak for the folks on Prey Street when I'd say the real concern is not necessarily the absolute height above sea level, but the massing that they're going to be facing when they see this house. And reflecting some of the comments I've heard here tonight, I think the massing is still an issue for the folks on Prey Street who are, admittedly they've had a vacant lot for years that Jim and Gail have had to pay the taxes on, and I appreciate, that they haven't developed it to this point, and that's their right to do so. But the one concern that just comes out is that the massing is still an issue. And that's really all I have to say.
Do you think that reducing the roof line on Prey Street and making that into a dormer, would that be helpful?
That would be a step in the right direction, and just reducing the overall roof coverage. It's just compared to the colonials that are on Prey Street, and they're going to be facing it even if the TAC insists your address is on Partridge Street. You're facing the folks on Prey Street, and they're the ones that are the most concerned about just having it in their face. And I realize it's a subjective decision that you all have to make, but that's just the way the folks feel about it.
That's the way it rolls. And you can't build a house with 6'2" ceilings on the second floor anymore.
Right.
Or 7 foot, you just can't do that.
Yeah.
So the zoning and the building code, yeah. Is forcing the height up and that sort of stuff. It's just the way it is.
But I guess there are ways people have talked here tonight about reducing the massing, and all of those would be good suggestions to sort of make it more livable for the folks on Prey Street.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Hi. My name is Janine McCoy, and I live at 499 Marcy Street. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service. This is yeoman effort that you put in here, and so many of the folks in the city don't know or appreciate it. And I do, because when I started looking for a house to buy here in 1990, I knew I wanted to be in the historic district and not just any old place in Portsmouth. And I really feel grateful to have been able to found and afforded a home back then. And so Jim and Gail have been my neighbors. I guess I became their neighbor because they were there when I moved. And I just want to speak in favor of their proposal. I understand that, I've been given to understand that there are folks in the neighborhood that have some concerns about, a home going on, a large home going on that piece of property. But I think that really we've all known that at some point there was going to be a large home that would go on that piece of property. And I can't tell you how relieved I was to find that it was Jim and Gail Sanders who were going to be building, because if there's anyone that is going to take care to be part of the neighborhood and fit into the neighborhood, and as was pointed out by the prior speaker, they have maintained this large lot in Portsmouth for a long time, really for the neighborhood. And I think that when you look at this view of the house, it's really hard to get a sense of the context, of the neighborhood. And frankly, I don't think it's that large when you're looking at that, size lot. And so anyway, I just want to, again, thank everybody for their input, which I know, I can tell that Tracy has utilized it already, and I'm sure she and Jim and Gail will continue to. But I would rather see a large home of theirs going on that property than, something that was perhaps smaller but not as invested in the neighborhood. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thanks, Janine.
So,
Anybody else?
if there's anybody else, we could have a vote on a continuance for next month.
So moved?
Seconded?
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Guys outside, bringing it in.
Oh, we're bringing it in. We have kind of an embarrassing situation here, where we have pizzas showing up. This is a first in HTC London.
For who?
I ordered a couple pizzas.
For us?
I didn't eat dinner.
Never done this before.
John Rice never went for it?
No, not John White. Oh, my God, that guy knows where every nickel is.
No. So, I'm not sure what to do, but we're into work sessions new business. So I'm just going to read it.
All right.
Work session requested by Mill Pond View LLC, owner for property located at 179 Pleasant Street, wherein permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure, minor demolition, reconstruction, restoration, and renovation of the accessory structure and the annex of the main home. As per plans on file in the planning department, said property is shown on Assessor Map 108, Lot 15, lies within the mixed research office and the historic district. Who's here to speak about this?
Hi, this is Carla Goodnight from CJ Architects.
You gonna have some pizza?
Jake Weeder as well, and David Calkins. How are you guys holding up? Tired?
Waiting for some paper towels.
Yeah, let's napkin up first, yeah.
Come on, these people have been waiting.
We can, yeah, well, he's getting, everybody's waiting. We have 5 new work sessions.
Yeah, no.
I know it. I'm hungry.
All right.
Well, taste yourself.
Have a piece of pizza.
I'm going to.
All right, well, then I will do my best to keep it moving. How about that?
Thank you, Carla.
All right.
Thank you.
Chairman, I will do so.
Thank you.
Just pretend, and you've got a neat pizza too, so it won't ruin our good clothing.
All right,
Seriously.
I'm just going to review the letter of agenda here quickly, which is basically what we have done is we were here prior looking at the historic captain's house at 179 Pleasant Street and did an extensive structural evaluation, and many of you have walked through that building and the grounds and seen the condition of things that are there. And we are now starting our evaluation. We're a little bit farther into our evaluation of the rest of it because when we came before you for the house, we had just begun. But now we've been able to, really dig in, and we're utilizing a lot of the same people that and professionals who have gone through. And what we've tried to do is document everything very carefully, the condition of the various elements, and call out some of the more historically significant pieces that were, on the exterior and even on the interior. So again, we have our existing condition documentation of the 3 primary structures, which we're defining as the little dog leg, as we affectionately named it on the last round, and the connector piece, and then the carriage house itself, the original carriage house. So we've documented that extensively. We have the site plan. We have some very beginnings of some massing studies, and then we're looking at some historic precedent, and then we've included again for reference, just for reference, the property timeline and our consultants. So the second piece of the submittal is, again, Marty Gorham Structural Engineering has gone through extensively and has evaluated these many elements of all of these structures, and I'll let Dave speak to that a little bit later, not too much later. And also Dave has summarized his thoughts on, much in the same way that he did for the mansion. So, looking at page 2.0, this is the, we have a key plan here down in the right corner, so you can see exactly what photos we're looking at. This is our little dogleg piece, and what we've tried to do, just to, because we've had you've seen all this, so we're just trying to document it for you. Elevation A, B, C, and D, and then in detail, there is quite a bit of, these are the 3 elevations from the 3D model, and then we have some interior photographs to the left, which show a lot of pressure-treated cell repair. Interior studs have been added. The brick foundation is looking pretty compromised here. And then there's, holes and things. Obviously, someone's put some chicken wire there to try to keep rodents from coming in. So there's a lot of foundation work that needs to be addressed there. And then when you get into the detail sheet of that same area, you can see that we have a fairly modern siding nail. We have significant amount of rot. It looks to be that the connector piece was actually notched against the siding of the annex building at a later date as you move across the top row of photos. The intersection, again, poorly waterproof, details resulting in a lot of this destruction. And then at the bottom, you can see this brick shelf has really acted as a platform for water to accumulate. And there's a significant amount of rot and issues there. I know.
How did it go like that?
I know. So moving on to 2.2, looking at the front elevation, coming around to the side, and this is the connector as highlighted in yellow, A, B, and C. Again, as we get to the detail page, I'll point some things out, but you can see the level of disrepair on some of these areas in the inside corner. That corner board at the bottom row is pretty much rotted out. The siding is rotted out, and that post base in the first photo, sorry, I'll try to stay in order. The first photo with the post base. So moving on to 2.3, here we got into the details of that area. You can see primarily new siding, new barn door trim. The door itself is also relatively new materials. Siding rot, insufficient flashing. These bottom 2 photos, I believe we have some historic antiquities here that we're happy about.
I'm sorry, which ones are those?
The bottom 2.
Of page 2.3.
Page 2.3.
The bottom 2?
The photographs. The one that says possible historic corbel, those areas we have been advised may be historic. That's not
I'm struck. I'm sorry. I'd never seen
anything like that.
at all.
Oh, You've been in, I was surprised by that, but that's what our,
Yeah, that's a
That's what they
kind of a Queen Anne motif.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly.
But that's what they, 1800s,
You know,
come on.
later?
It's funny.
Who said that?
Okay, continue. Anyway.
We'll address some of that, Dave, when I move into my next piece
Sure.
and sort of
All right.
dating.
So the historic doors, you can see the hinges, no question. I think we're all on that page, that was pretty obvious. So that's what we're thinking of. The doors on, of the historic doors with the historic hinges on 2.3. And moving on to 2.4, this is a lot of the interior. We did find an original hinge on one small door of the connector. It was a single hinge at the top. I think we may have seen that. No, we didn't on the walkthrough. The structure at the base is compromised. The repairs have not been done well. Again, we have the floor framing made up of repurposed beams sitting on the dirt, and most of this new framing from the 1979 carport. And one of the interesting things, if you look at the ceiling of this lower left photo, on the lower left corner photo where it says 1979 carport, you can see almost all, I'm not going to say all, but almost all of the original members have been removed and repurposed at least once in various iterations of this design. So anything original has been moved from its original location and used for whatever iteration this is. Then there is new framing at the rear wall, and then some half-lap post-rot repair is seen throughout, kind of going on there. And then we do have that historic privy, which is another puzzle. It's a puzzle. I mean, the privy itself, we've heard, is historic, but a lot of the wall around it looks historic inside, but on the outside of it, it doesn't. So it's again, sort of a patchwork. Sorry.
I'm sorry to do this.
The guy's
I know
gonna kill me.
you're doing your run here, but where is the historic privy, do you think?
where's the privy? Yeah.
I don't know if it's on our, it's not.
It doesn't pop on me.
It's in,
It's in the connector barn.
it's in that connector.
So,
Connector.
so if you-
It's in the
There's a whole bunch of
2.4,
Oh, there's no pictures of it.
There's a piece that bumps into the
right.
kitchenelle. That runs back. That's, to me, looks like it would be the way to get to the privy.
Yes.
And it runs into one of those half-gabled sheds.
Right.
That runs across, which then springs into a arched carriageway. And
Page is
then
that?
bumps into the formal carriage barn,
Right.
privy.
Right. It's behind the wall of the carport. We didn't take, we actually.
if you look
don't
at
have it.
2.3 and look at the key plan that's in your bottom right corner. Okay? So we have the mansion, what we are calling the annex, then the doghouse, or the dog trot connector, and the piece highlighted in yellow. If you were to walk through that dog trot connector, enter into the yellow piece facing the carriage house, your immediate left is where this two-seat privy is. What's interesting to note, I'll get into it later, is that the floor system actually doesn't go underneath the privy. And the wall system is built around the privy. So it's almost as if the privy was there, the connecting structure was then built around the privy, and we removed a part of the flooring, and there was a loose stacked stone wall underneath only the privy. So I'll discuss that further, but it is in that location there. Does that answer your question, Dave?
It comes real close. I'm trying to wrap my head around, because there are some things, some parts of this, I'm sure that everybody here recognize. We've seen things like that before.
Yes.
And it's hard to put the dates and parts of it together. I did my own little tour. It's difficult. And I was looking, at trying to stay outside without getting yelled at, and I was looking for siding issues, and I found that there were scarf clapboards for siding on the part that bumps into the kitchenelle, but not the last little piece of it with its own separate roof line. I assume that got changed when the kitchenelle got changed at some point. And then so I found scarf clapboards on that little piece, on the half shed portion, which the privy you're describing is in, and I found scarf clapboards on the carriage house in the upper planes of it. So to me, it all is a blend of things, more than likely at different times, but all pretty much coalescing somewhere around the time that the kitchenelle was built on the house.
So I know that this is getting out of Carla's format, but all of that I will address with you after we get through
Regardless
this.
of all of it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we're going, because we're supposed to be looking at what's existing and what you are going to be presenting to us for ideas. And at this time, I'm not sure if we need to delve into the history of the house, especially on a night when we have 5 more people after you. Excuse me.
Okay.
but You know what I'm saying? So what are you ripping down, and what are you keeping, and what are you doing?
Well, what we want to do is just bring you up to speed on our findings, as this would be context and massing. So we're looking at context, which is the condition and the impacts of the historic structure. So given that most of you have been on site and have seen most of this and walked around the building,
And we've been in
and
this
we just,
structure also.
and you've been in it, so you understand that it's in pretty heavy disrepair. You know, we can, and we did talk about a lot of this, and the hour is late. So if you,
If I may, John, I completely understand what you're saying. It's also important to us, as we've started out on this process from the get-go, that we're not taking the property lightly. It's a historically significant property, and we're doing our due diligence. So in interest of that, let me just express to you what we found, because our mission, or the way we've approached this, has been first understand what the property has gone through, what is the origination of these structures, and then be able to report that to you, which then also directs our course of action in design and what we feel is appropriate for the building.
So this is our second iteration on this whole back section, including the carriage house, because the previous owner took us all through this thing. And we've seen all this stuff. It's nice that you're showing it again. So if you can give a synopsis in 5 minutes.
You got it.
Okay? Go
I'll do it in
ahead.
4. So to Dave's point, we understand there's deterioration in the building. However, I'm going to start from the carriage house, working back, because the carriage house is the easiest. Through looking at materials, building methods, construction methods, nails, et cetera, with various consultants. The carriage house is original, all right, 1784. They top-hatted the building, and what I mean by that is the whole first floor is all gone. It's basically the attic floor system, roof floor, or roof framing is original 1784. Same methods as used in the mansion, same material. Moving on, so what we feel is that in 1784, the mansion was built, the kitchen L, which was then later replaced by the annex, and the carriage house were original. 1859, Mark Wentworth purchases the property. Somewhere between 1859 and 1889, as we're going through the mansion and we find indicators of newspapers, he undergoes a massive transformation with the property stylistically and adds on. At this point, I believe the connector building is added. It's not original, it's added. Why I say that is because it is a timber frame structure, but the joinery is completely different. They're half-lap joints, they're not mortise and tenon, there's no pegs, there's large nails. It's been cut up, as Carla mentioned, over the years and repurposed, but where the gable ends are still intact, the joinery is different. Also, to Dave's point, the siding, the lap joints are different than the mansion. The mansion, the lap joints are about about an inch, inch and a quarter. The lap joints on one wall of the connector building is more like 2 inch. So, and it's different from the upper part of the carriage house. So to me, that says that's a different error. Moving on, now Mark Wentworth has the property from 1859 to 1903, at which point he passes it on to Susan Wentworth, his daughter. Then I believe she adds on the dog trot connector, which then accesses the entire property without going outside. Reason I say that is, again, now we're looking at machined material inside. It's been touched so many times it's hard to say, but the timeline works. The mansion, Kitchen L, carriage house, 1784. Mark Wentworth purchases it, Kitchen L goes away, annex, carriage house stays intact, but he adds the connector barn. And then from there, Susan Wentworth takes it over, connects all the structures. After 1940, when she passes, the building undergoes numerous renovations, which then, we talk about. So that is, it's important to note that because we're very sensitive to the original structure, 1784. We're prepared to do whatever is necessary with the carriage house. This now leads into conversation about the connecting structures, and we're looking for what is historically significant here.
So to Dave's point, it's not immediately apparent, what we're looking at without doing all of this, looking at all these pieces and determining. So to your point, moving on to 3.0, looking at the site plan, outlining the existing buildings. Moving on to 4.0, what we're finding is in all of these explorations that the carriage house is really significant. The addition off the back is not, and you know this from before. And we're also finding that there is not much left in that connector piece worth doing anything with other than gathering the pieces together that we can find and saving them and repurposing them in some way, the pieces on the exterior that actually have value or add value. The foundation under the carriage house is in significant disrepair. There's water issues, there's water shedding into the side. We saw some of that. I skipped over my carriage house analysis so that we can move a little faster.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know you've been out there. So we would need to lift the carriage house, rebuild the foundation under there, put it on solid ground, and put the carriage house back.
What about the rock foundation that's on the uphill side? The uphill side. What happens with that?
We have to get into it. I don't.
Uphill side of the carriage house?
Against the property, the
Against the other
adjacent
person's
property.
property or whatever. And the roof comes down to the
Sure, to the
ground virtually.
we're really guessing that there's a foundation there. On the inside, all you can see is a brick wall that's servicing as like a one-sided
Brick veneer.
retaining wall. It's actually built in front of the wood framing.
Right.
So we can't even see the exterior wall on that side because we have a brick wall on the inside and we have exterior grade up to it. So is there a
brick
foundation
veneer.
there?
We hope.
You hope?
What is this? Is this job security?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a thing to tackle. How much of the carriage house do you anticipate, how much of the thing that looks like the carriage house do you anticipate getting back there?
This is conceptual, my plan, okay? And you can laugh after I tell you, but conceptually, my plan would be to run steel I-beams right through the first floor of that thing, cut it at the junction of the top plate, and crane the whole top of it off. Potentially set it in the backyard, or we'd have to cradle it in the front yard. Then everything else has to go away in there. It's going to be a very tricky situation with the neighbor and that embankment there, but it is retaining grade, so that would have to get a sufficient foundation footing, rebuild the first floor, and then put it back on top.
If we find granite blocks in that buried underneath all of that, they will be repurposed for sure.
I mean, the ground comes right up against the first floor.
Right.
Oh, Margot, I'm sorry.
So I Let's like to jump to the end here. So I'm looking at 4.0.
Yes.
I was
Me
here.
too.
I was here when we did the previously approved.
Oh, good.
And so, from a massing point of view, what I see you putting here conceptually is very similar, in some ways a little bit smaller than what was approved before. I think from a mass point of view, I have no issues whatsoever with what you're putting here and how you're technically going to achieve it. I applaud you, but I'm not sure I need to know.
Okay. All right, so I will quickly go through this then. Just so you can see them all side by side. We are trying to step away from the layers of shedding roofs of the previous approval and do something a little cleaner, maybe a T-shape, something that has, all occurring, behind the building. It's all screened by surrounding properties, visible from virtually nowhere. And I think that is sort of, we didn't even make any attempt to do anything out in front at any point in either the Phase 1 or Phase 2. So what we'd like to do is look at historic precedent for working on this connector piece, which is quickly 5.0, some examples that we have found to be appropriate. 5.1, I love this little Frank Jones snippet there in the upper right corner. And the arches are sort of the universal language of the carriage house in this area. And we've picked some other examples of cupolas and peaked roofs of various dormer types and so forth. And that's basically where we're at with the possible architectural options for executing that massing, and that's where we're at.
Does anybody else have any questions for her?
I have a couple of comments, if I could be quick as I can. Quick as I can. I think that there's an implied symmetry to the front of the carriage house, and I think that the commission would miss that sorely. I don't believe that there's any extraordinary historic fabric or precedent in the arched carriageway.
Okay.
And so I don't think anyone here is going to have any heartburn if that goes away. I personally have a bit of an unnatural affection to the shed-roofed connecting things. There are 4. You worked at one at Nathan Parker's. I worked on Wendell. I worked on the Runlet May. We have one that we actually moved out onto the street, William Whipple's house. There aren't many of them. They're a unique federal period form. They show up around 1805. No one builds another one after 1820. And I think that they're such a unique feature. It's sort of a stamp of I'm from Portsmouth, is what I would say to you. So that's my feelings.
Okay. Is there an image in particular that you're?
Which piece are you talking about? The connector. What piece are you talking about?
The arched, faced, half shed.
I mean, the best one is the
yes, I know what you
May
mean.
house.
Now I know what you mean,
I had
yes.
the Runlet May completely
Yep.
apart to pieces. A carriage house I picked up and moved and put on a new foundation. I mean, I know that intimately. I believe that that's a very unique thing. You have a piece of something like that, I would cling to it. Anyway, I'll be by someday and we'll go spelunking.
I look forward to that.
David, are you, sorry, let me just clarify. Are you saying that you liked the idea of adding arches or not?
It's not so much the arches that I'm concerned about. I'm trying to increase the value of this thing that's there, so that they don't try to redefine it with a
gable.
A gabled roof.
Yep, I totally agree with that. I just didn't know. I was. I think we have lots of precedent for the archways, but it's not here. And we have, this is a very old connector piece, and it just has a squared opening with maybe added corbels, decorative things. I don't know. So I think I would just stick with
Yeah, I think one of the things that we found is, speaking about what style is this house, because it was started in, this period, and then it was moved to another period, and now,
Any periods make up this house.
Right, and that we've been advised in different directions as to, pick a period and go with it, is what we've been told.
Yeah.
But you've
Well,
already picked
I
that
think-
period.
Yeah.
I think you could also, well,
So,
I mean, I think you have the ability to celebrate
yeah.
the many different periods, so.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, if you want to have a discussion that's going to drag on for 3 hours, looking at the nails and the pegs and the house, yeah, and please, so David would be the only one listening to you. And, it would have to be a special meeting without anybody else getting.
Or earlier.
Or early.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we should have done 3 this month. I don't know. Possibly. So we've heard, the conditions, and we know what's old and what's new.
Okay.
So,
We'll be back.
looking for some plans from you, something to look at. 'Cause that's
Yes.
all we really did, except for David.
Okay. We'll make it a two-step process.
Make it any kind of process you want.
We'll go with a two-step process this time. All right. Thank you, John.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, any public?
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Done.
Is there anybody in the public that wants to speak about this? Please not. All right. So, we have a work session requested by James William Woods and Anna Rolene Minardi, owners of property located at 1 Walton Alley, wherein permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure. Construct a 2-story addition and a detached single-car garage. Renovations to an existing structure, replace roofing, remove skylights, refence the property, as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 103, is lot 27, lies within General Residence B, Historic District. Who's here to speak on this?
Good evening, Mark Giannetti from McHenry Architecture. I'm here with Richard Desardin from our office as well. And we're here to represent the applicants. The project is fairly small in scope, so hopefully we can go through quickly for you. But hopefully you're energized after the pizza.
Oh, yeah. Oh, calories are flying.
Good. So the property is located on the corner of Walton and Gate Street. As you can see on the conceptual site plan, the existing building is kind of tucked back towards the south side of the property. And the two structures we're looking to add are a small 8x12 addition and then a 1-car garage. 14. Oh, sorry, 8x14. As you'll see in the area that's in orange here is kind of the part of the lot, at least attached to the building, we can build by right. The 1-car garage is within the setback, and part of the process after we get your feedback tonight will be looking to give you a variance for building the garage. The garage is located just along the south property line. Part of the location that we've selected here is basically access to the site. The existing driveway is, I'll skip to the addition first, since that's the page we're on, A1. You're the butter. The owner's plans for the house is to basically renovate and update the interior. They're going to maintain, repair and replace existing siding, windows. The existing roof currently is asphalt shingle. They plan with about 4 or 5 skylights that are currently in it. They plan to remove the skylights and also re-shingle the roof with a more historically appropriate cedar shake. So then,
Which house are we talking about?
so the one on the left. So that view right there is basically the driveway. And currently it's a crushed stone driveway that basically accommodates about 1 or 1.5 cars. There's a door towards the end on the left there, which is the current rear door entry to the house. So the addition that we're putting on, well, actually, first the garage, is a straight shot back. And as I was starting to mention looking at the site plan, the reason for the location for the garage was really that's the only spot on the site that would be kind of hidden from view from the two street fronts. And it also provides, that's really the only access from the driveway. So it's tucked back behind the house. It's really not that visible from either street front at this location.
That's not existing.
That is not existing, correct. So if you go to the next page, has another view of the garage from the backyard. Part of the proposal is to update. There's some existing 5 and 6 foot tall fences along the property line now. The plan is to replace those, and that would partially screen the garage, as well as some of the plantings and stuff that are on adjacent properties would help screen it as well. And then the next view is the proposed 8 by 14 foot addition, which is a 2-story addition on the east side of the house. Again, this is to basically provide a mudroom and a small powder room on the ground floor, as well as a bathroom on the second floor. Materials in general, we're mimicking or matching the existing clapboards. The plan is to provide wood windows, the double hungs that are shown, and then as well as wood doors and windows on the garage.
Pretty simple. Who wants to ask questions or make comments on this?
Well, I have a question. So wood windows and doors in the garage and even the overhead door, is that going to be wood sectional?
Yep.
Fancy.
The next time we'll come back in. Next time we're back in, we'll provide more details.
It's a nice, the doors are a nice design. We often get kind of phony carriage barn. These are very nice. That's well designed.
I don't have much to add. I think it's very tasteful and well done and very nice scale, and yes.
Cedar roof is on the garage too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does show in the rendering a cedar shake roof.
We intend on doing the house.
Yep.
Removing the skylights, all of the skylights?
The intent right now is to remove all of the skylights. There's one on the Gate Street side, and then 4 kind of on the south side of the building, along the driveway.
Maybe you can get a skylight there, Dan.
I have one more quick question, which is, did you consider a gable roof for the addition rather than the hip?
We haven't really looked at it. I mean, the original thought was really just to bring down the scale and mass by having the hip, but we could certainly look at a gable.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, I'm guessing probably it would look too flattened if you kept that same ridge height and made it a gable. I'm just wondering because obviously the house is gabled, and so I mean, a hip is different, but.
Dan, do you have any comment, question?
Is there original driveway there now?
There is a crushed stone driveway that's about 1.5 cars, 2 cars deep.
It pretty much ends at that door.
Okay, so you're just continuing on putting the driveway?
Yeah.
This doesn't exist here.
Putting stone on it.
Yeah, we're continuing the driveway probably about, I don't know, what did you say that is, about like 18 feet?
On the conceptual site plan, I'm not sure how it connects to the garage. On the bottom side?
Yes, on the bottom side.
So that's where it's coming through?
Yep.
Okay, I see. All right.
Have you got approval for this from the BOA?
No, that's our next step, after getting your feedback tonight.
Yeah, I would give you feedback that I'm in full support. Certainly using historic materials, and I don't have any heartburn with any massing or the size of everything. One thing, I think the garage is too small, but it's not my car.
It won't be a Suburban.
It won't be a Suburban in there, no, not at all. But it's I think we're all kind of in agreement that this is a pretty good little plan here. So I'd like to ask if anybody in the public would like to speak about this plan.
Yeah.
Alan? Somebody from the public. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is David Adams. I live at 210 Gate Street. I'm the only house that isn't shown in this picture. So the question I would have of the applicants is the garage is it at grade with the driveway that exists now? As the driveway leaves Walton Alley, it rises slightly to the back edge of the house, and then the grade falls off. Is it your intention to raise the grade or raise the level of the driveway? The point is, it has an effect on how high the garage is set. And it's difficult to be certain, looking at the images that you've provided. But you do understand what I'm getting at about the grade going down as you go to the garage. Okay.
On the side, you see about 18 inches of...
Yeah, of something. I don't know what it is. Is that concrete?
To be determined.
Okay. When you construct the addition to the house, what kind of foundation are you going to use? What will be the exposed foundation?
We'd be trying to match, well, not match what's there, but maybe veneer it.
Okay. I guess those are my questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, unless there's anybody else, I would suppose that you might want to come back after you get your approvals from the BOA.
Yes.
For public
Do we
hearing.
need a continuance or?
Not unless you need another work session. Doesn't sound like you do.
You just answer some of the questions that you've heard.
Right.
We can do that.
Okay.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much.
Good, yeah. Out of here by midnight, I swear. Work session requested by 8 KPH LLC owner for property located at 161 Deer Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the demolition of the existing structure and the new construction of a new mixed-use building as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on assessment map 125 as lot 17-3 and lies within Character District 5 and Historic District. Who's here from 8th KPH?
Carla Goodnight, Jake Weeder.
And Tom Ballin, the owner of 161 Deer Street.
Oh.
And AKPH, and I live at 233 Vaughn Street as well, so.
So, what's going on? Knowing that we spent a year on this planning of this property and
Yes, yes.
any numbers of work sessions, what have you got?
Well, let's
With
Summarize.
deep regret, the design that was approved by the planning board and still has approval until July 11th was designed to be about 4 or 3 feet below the water table and can't be built. So we are here to fix that and remass the building.
You did borings?
Yeah, they can, like others, they've convinced themselves this close to the pond that they could dig below the water line and pump, and that's not realistic for this site, so.
I think some buildings do that now, don't they, for their parking garages?
Yeah, they're not quite this close to the water, but.
All right, Carla.
All right. So, looking at, I guess what I would say is, we have done some extensive site and surroundings work, which I
Who doesn't?
not sure we want to present right now.
No, just go quickly. That's fine. That's good. I think you're familiar with what's there. This is more documentation for the who's at who at home. So.
Right. That's great. All right. So our inspiration for this site is largely based on the fact that the actual train station in Portsmouth it was located right on this site. It actually physically was on our site. So one of the things that we did was look up and down the rail corridor looking for historic examples and have documented them extensively in the application. not the least of which is listed on 2.0. And there's just a wealth of images here to inform the design of the building, whether it be an interpretation that's a little bit more modern, or whether it be something more traditional. I think we're willing to go in either direction at this point. But most of you have seen many of these images, and we'll be bringing them back in our next work session as precedent. So given the late hour, I'll skim through them a little bit quicker, and we'll look at some key pieces in the next work session. If you look at 3.0, you'll notice the North End history and the North End vision plan, showing some of the similar architecture that's intended for this area. Flip through the zoning, you can see that for reference. And then obviously the site and surroundings, the existing building on 4.1, the cemetery, the water that Tom has spoke of, and the railway intersection. There's a significant issue with the railway and the locomotive and the smoke and so forth, so we have a lot of that we'll be talking about as we move through the project. Examples of surrounding architecture on 4.4. And so now we get to 5.0, where I'd like to talk a little more about massing. I'll slow down a little bit and talk about that. Site massing, maximum height and volume is modeled in the upper left-hand corner. And then the upper right-hand corner is just taking some of these primary corners and cutting them back. The lower left-hand corner is the eroded radius form as an option. We could also do potentially notched corners, because I know we want to talk a little bit about how the building takes on its final form. Then moving on to 5.1, we're establishing a hierarchy, and then primary building setbacks for sidewalks, garage entry, and rail corridor are just eroding the volume on the site. One of the biggest differences between the prior approval and what we are seeking here is the penthouse. We're dropping to the penthouse top floor reduction, and then facade modulation in the form of possibly projecting balconies or recessed balconies. And then just as comparison, as a reminder of where the project left off when you were looking at it before, the previously approved in the upper right-hand corner. So I think that this gives you a pretty good feel for the direction that we're thinking of going in as far as massing. So I think in very short period of time, we've talked about the architectural style we're pursuing. We've talked about the context of the buildings that you're all aware of, having looked at the city in great detail. And now we have quickly run through our massing with the articulated corners, facade, and the penthouse, established penthouse level, as opposed to the 5 stories. So we've dropped a level.
Was going to be 6?
No, it's
Your penthouse is dropping a level from the
from the
floor.
previous approval, correct. Right. Mm-hmm.
So we have some massing to talk about and some corner treatments to talk about. So who wants to start?
I'll jump in with, say, the idea of the eroded radius corner is that it provides exciting fenestration options. Another comment to jump in is that one of the characteristics of this period of rail station house are the roofs. They were almost always overly decorated roofs, more shapes and accoutrement, little eyebrow dormers, things like that, common.
All right.
You got a flat roof.
But she's the architect. She asked the question.
That's correct. Somebody else? Reagan?
Sure, I mean, fine with the massing, although I don't know how, the form that you've got here on 5.2, I'm not sure how that actually relates, or be interested to see how that relates to any of the historic buildings that you were looking at in terms of their form, and shapes and anything like that, because this, to me, already looks like a very modern, different building that's not really related to any historic buildings. So, but I appreciate you doing all of that research and providing historic photos and context, because I do think that's important. And so I would love to see any of those aspects or relationships pulled up on this site. If you're going to reference the railroad and stuff, I'm excited by it.
It doesn't have to be replica.
No.
We're not
You're not building a
replicating
train
anything.
station.
No. We're thinking just inspiration, some of the shapes, some of the ideas, some of the, just forms.
Yeah.
I'm good with the mass. I actually like it that you brought it down. Well, that's good.
Okay.
I take no objections to what I see. I can never judge these things anyway, so could be great, could be horrible. I don't know. Proceed.
Thank you. I know what you mean. Yeah.
We're comforted to know what might be on the fourth corner now. So we've been wondering what's going to be across the street.
Right. Yep.
It's going to be good.
I'm sorry.
You have the floor, sir.
Who's got the
We've all talked.
You're running the show.
Okay. Well, I mean, you want to...
I made comments.
It's your turn.
We already commented.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of the eroded corner.
Okay.
I really do. I like that, and it's something that we have also seen on the bank building that was just constructed on the corner of Hanover. So is that the big question? I have no problem with the size of that building.
Okay.
I would almost like to see, what I liked about the previous incantation was kind of almost a tower at the corner. It wasn't really a tower, but it did stick up higher than the roof itself. And we always thought, at the board at the time, I thought that was a good...
Some of us. Maybe not all of us.
Yeah. They turn on you. Okay.
All right.
They turn on you. They're vicious. Okay. So, does anybody else get any comments? Anybody?
The massing is fine. It looks like every building we've approved over the last 2 years. Recessed penthouse and a square. And it'd be neat to get it to look a little bit like what was there, rather than the typical recessed penthouse and square building.
Can you go one slide?
Yep. One slide, which way?
No, the other way. One more. Yeah, can you do that back there next to the square thing?
That'd be great.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
Certainly would be different than our flat roofs.
Yeah.
I just couldn't resist putting that in.
Look at the tower on Frank Jones Brewery. It's over 100 feet high.
Yeah.
If we build that now, people would falling,
Yeah.
What's going on? You're ruining Portsmouth. And there it is. Okay, anybody in the public want to comment?
Stay this long for another.
I can make room.
We can have room for me.
So as you know, I'm going to be excited about Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street, I'm sorry. I'm very excited about the fact that it is technically coming down one story. When I heard him say that the water table is that high, I know he's putting in parking underneath, so I'm wondering how high that grade is going to make that building come up. So that's always a concern for me, because I'm all about less height. I like the idea of a tower. I thought the tower, if you go to the pictures, Nick, that have the train on it, the steam engine.
Oops.
One too far. It's late. One more. There you go. That one. Yeah, I
That's
thought.
what we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that one of the artists in the neighborhood always says about the new buildings in Portsmouth, and that is they need a hat. And I think that's one thing that's lacking in a lot of buildings. They're just flat, flat, flat. And you're going to be across the street from the pseudo train station. So I like the idea that you're going to try to go with a train station. I would like it to be more of the traditional with the arches and the design as opposed to another modern building. Technically, I don't perceive any of those lots as being in the north end. They're actually part of the Islington Creek neighborhood, but that line was drawn across the street to be able to get a parking garage. So there's that issue from those of us in the Islington Creek. But thank you anyway, and I look forward to seeing what comes up next.
So I guess then we'll have a motion for a continuance. Come up with some ideas for us to look at.
Will do.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you for staying up, everyone. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Work session requested by 43 Holmes Court LLC owner for property located at 43 Holmes Court, where permission is requested to allow the demolition of the existing home and the new construction of a single-family home of similar design as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as Lot 14 and lies within the waterfront and historic district. Hello, who's here?
Hello, Brendan McNamara, designer on the project, and Stephen Singler, the new owner of the
Congratulations.
43, also of 39, the house to the left as you get down, which will come to something with that later on. We'll do it as quickly as possible. This is a house that finds itself caught principally by two things. One is the new flood maps, which puts the house inside the AE flood zone. And if you jump to the flood map, you can see it's actually the flood zone actually doesn't entirely encircle the house, but it's pretty close. What that means is, there was the mention even on the other, for the Sanders house, that's has to reference the floodplain. So the base flood elevation for the design purposes will become 11 feet, being effectively, in a simplistic way, the top of the foundation for any work that's done on the house. But it's caught in this other thing about the 50% investment rule in terms of a property, that if you're forced to come to full code compliance if you invest 50% beyond the market value of the structure itself. So there's two things. So one, addressing the flood issue is going to cost more than that. But beyond that, that once that Rubicon is crossed, then the expectation is the house becomes fully code compliant, and dimensionally it's based around a 14-foot gable, which is problematic for a 1.5-story house. Going back to the nature of the house itself, the tax map says that it's 1749, and yes, that's most likely the situation, and that would be the core gable of the house. But clearly the roof structure does not date to that, sometime in the late 1800s, and so it's been severely worked over. The upshot of all this is, yes, we'd like to demolish the house. I've given what I would regard as a feasibility study of what could be done to replace it. However, I think that you're going to need to do a site visit to review it yourself to decide what is the nature and value of the existing house.
Can I just ask, is that true, this 50% value thing? And how is the value in this area of the South End so low?
It's not the value of the property.
Just
it's the value of the structure. And so the reference through the code is that they take the as per the valuation, the assessed value for the town, and that's how you establish the 50%. Yeah,
Assessed value, which is generally lower than the market value.
Right.
It's a rule that goes across the board, but it's very much dependent upon.
requirement.
It's a- yeah,
New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Federal flood. Yeah, it's FEMA.
But
This
50%
rule.
is a common rule. I've run into it myself.
Everywhere.
Federal, so
Yes.
every state that adopts
Yep.
FEMA
Right.
it comes with it.
Yep.
But it is in the Boca Code, it's in the code as well. It's just most building officials, unless they are experienced with the coastal flooding issues, they're not really necessarily aware of it, or do they enforce it. But as soon as you're in the coastal flooding zone, then it's just red flags straight up.
So this is a price that you pay in general in our commission when buildings get too run down, when the values of the houses drop below sea level, or not so much, when they're no longer Class A houses. Then, it happens. And getting the structure that's there today to pass a blower door test or something like that just is not going to happen.
Or a staircase.
So, I guess if you want to own this property and live in it, get a certificate of occupancy after you've raised it out of the flood level, then you need to build a new house. The question is how much of a jarring effect that's going to have on the neighborhood.
Well,
no,
it's not. I don't know if it's that simple, Dave, with just the 50% rule. I think in this case, the site walk is going to be really important for everybody in this particular case to make sure you're comfortable with the replacement of the house. But I don't think it's fair. I hope not, that everybody that's in the floodplain or is subject to an increasing flood line that is going to spend 50% of the assessed value of the structure is going to have to bring it up to full code compliance. I think that is the goal, not the requirement. And the inspection officials have the ability, if it's non-life safety, in the code to waive for historical significance if you're in a district. Provisions in the code, otherwise we'll lose the whole south end at some point.
Yeah.
Because these are very, like Charleston's experience, these can cost several $100,000 just to lift, and that's if it's wood frame. If it's masonry, it can be $1 million just to lift the structure and put a new foundation under it, do something with whatever the gap is between the earth and the first floor. So you'll quickly hit the 50% threshold, hopefully a long time from now, but it might not be that long before homes in the South End are going to need to be elevated. So I think we don't need, I don't know if you said it, Dave, but I just want to make sure. There is flexibility in the building code in how it gets applied. I think FEMA has a lot less flexibility, but I can't imagine it doesn't apply there as well.
It's more likely in a situation like this where the new flood maps, they're not, they're genuine, but it's definitely raised, but it's more, you can see how it affects this particular property where it doesn't so much affect the ones that are behind it. So it's the special location of this particular house, and it would affect the
Has
Sanders.
the house been flooded out, recently, or?
No. The basement is damp for sure.
Oh,
yeah. And we don't know, it'd be great to think that it could be raised and that it had some sort of functioning basement. I don't actually know the answer to that. I mentioned that it's in the process. They did the field survey work, just 2 weeks ago. We just don't have the results on that yet. But you can see roughly where it's going.
So you want the first floor to be at 11 feet?
No, the top of the way the FEMA thing's written is that no non-resistant to flooding materials can occur below what's the design flood elevation, which would be 11. So essentially that becomes the top of the concrete foundation. And that concrete foundation may be a number of different things. It could be, again, this is the information we don't yet have, it could be a flow-through foundation. It won't be a pier foundation because it's not a velocity zone, but it may need to be allowed to be flood and drain on its own. So. But effectively, the wood structure that supports the building needs to be above the 11 feet. It's just the way that they do a
So how
couple
much
of...
exposed, whatever's underneath the first floor, do you expect there to be if this house is replaced or lifted?
The existing, it would have to go, the existing first floor would have to go up at least 2 feet from what it is now.
And so how much of it's exposed today? Is it 2 feet above grade, or?
It's...
I know it's not a flat site, but.
Yeah, no, so it's not, so it's probably got about 8 inches exposure on the road side and about 2 feet exposure on the water side.
On the water, and then it's tapered down to that.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go from, say, an average of a foot to 1.5 feet, up to 3.5.
Right.
Which is lucky for us that it's not any higher.
That's not too bad.
Right? You
No,
can
not
live
too
with
bad.
that. It's
Right.
kind of at the upper end
Yeah.
of tolerance.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And, you know, within that, we, you know, the expectation, as long as we can, again, this is a highly regulated site, you know, because it's not, this is the first step in the you know, many steps, you know, because it's regulated under city, state, you know, DEP and federal through FEMA. So,
And you're gonna need variances to put it there, because it's a
City,
waterfront.
yes,
So
yeah.
they've got a lot of permitting to do, but it, you know, obviously, it's critical that people here see it and either agree or not to
This is
the
a-
replacement.
Yeah, so I think you want comments on, this is a potential plan.
this is basically, you know, as I presented this is a feasibility study because I wanted to temper clients' desires in terms of the size of the house, since there's many things that control the overall size, not just here, but at the Board of Adjustment. So essentially what we have before us is a functional enlargement of essentially what the house is there, to allow it to be dimensionally code compliant as well. So it goes from the main, it still has a main gable that's in a similar location as to the one that's there now, but it goes from being 14 feet to being 18 feet. And then there's the T addition off to the left-hand side, as you look at it from Holmes Court, you know, the one that's there now is 10 feet, and then this one has come out to 15 feet. So essentially that's what you have before you is a worked over rearrangement, but larger of what's there
Yeah.
now.
But it's not a gigantic Victorian structure like we've been looking at.
No, no. There's one of those just behind it. So, yeah.
Very acceptable. What does everyone think? Right?
I would have hoped, this is such a formal house, it has a quality about it that is very identifiable. And I would have hoped that maybe you referenced it, just the twin dormers alone with that strong porch. You know, this seems very, it's fine and everything. I just think we're losing some, you know, it would be nice to have some reference to what was there.
Happy to do that, and didn't, but because I made the choice that the dormers that were there were additions that were done in the late 1800s. So I jumped back to the previous version of it. Again, that was just like I didn't want to get option 1, 2, 3. This is like, okay, this is a functional option. So happy to go back with the
that's just my first impression. I just think it's such a strong thing. The problem is you got a lot of roof inside your second level. Your roof is such a prominent part of your space with that kind of approach. That's all I was saying.
Just jump in, if you don't mind. I think if anyone notices that this is sort of arranged in a 1.5-story sort of look, where it isn't a full to the eaves edge second floor, keeping the level of the roof down, much like the existing building itself. I sort of nod toward the shed type roofs that come off it. I sort of also was surprised to see that you didn't hold on to those Carpenter Gothic dormers. They're a quirky addition to our neighborhood.
I know, they're
There's
cute,
no
for
question
sure,
about it.
yeah.
But they're there. The only heartburn I'm going to demonstrate is the glazing toward the river. I think is a little heavy for the scale of the building.
But you like the cedar roof, right?
I always like cedar roofs. Yes.
Of course, we're chasing the view towards the river, and that's why we held the enclosed porch arrangement, so we were kind of like released from the core house and then, but.
Maybe it's just the late hour, but it just, I find this very depressing because not your project. I'm just the overall
She's just depressed.
idea. Well, we knew this was coming.
Here it is.
That the historic homes on the water are going to need to be addressed or fixed or moved or something. And I was on a committee that we looked at this several years ago. We knew it was coming, and here it is. So just the fact that we've come to the point where an entire historic house has to be demolished for this is really sad. And I don't think there's a whole lot you can do about it. I mean, it is what it is, and if the house stays there, it's just going to get wetter and wetter and wetter, and it's going to be a problem. So, I mean, I'm not against your project, but I really find it hard that we're at this point now, and we're facing it, and we're faced with the idea that of demolition, which is usually something in our historic district that we know. So, you know, if we have to do it, I think, yeah, I would love to see a reference to what is there now, even though these little Carpenter Gothic dormers are later additions. It's what's there now. It's still part of the history of the house.
Oh, yeah, no, and again, I was being conservative.
Yep, and I realize this is just kind of throwing up some ideas. So, so my comment is making some reference to that. It's so wonderfully symmetrical and, you know, sort of formal in that way.
Super cute.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would love to see something more along those lines referenced, but I think that in terms of your massing and your footprint for what you're proposed there, it's very appropriate because you're not really going too much farther than what's there now. So that's my comment.
What Nick said about 10 minutes ago was that we need to have some kind of agreement with the building inspection department, or we're going to lose the whole stuff then. Because the reality is if we're lifting up all these little two-story colonials, like the ones we were looking at on Prey Street that everyone's using as contact, if we have to lift those things up, they're not going to pass muster as far as the new codes go. I mean, the staircases alone take up 14 or 15 feet. They're just not going to make it, you know. The second floor ceiling height is 6'2" or 6'4" or something.
Well, and I'm wondering if we can have that conversation because
that's what we need to do.
Because I recently talked to one of the building inspectors who said, and my case is very different, but so you can get exemptions when there's structure in the way, or if making a code compliant staircase is going to totally disrupt the house or be exorbitantly expensive. So
I just want to be clear on what I think I said or what I intended to say, which is I don't think the inspection department or the building code is going to require any of these homes to be torn down in order to be brought up to code.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's more likely is any of these homes, including this one. I mean, let's imagine this being the Langdon house, not what it is. It would be not full of water in 5 years or 10 years or 50. Whoever owns it and has that asset is going to look after it and protect it like everybody else. They'll elevate it.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll get elevated and waivers will be granted. So I don't want anyone to get the impression the code is forcing this house to be demoed. The quality of the house is questionable. That's why getting in it, I went through it, so, and not that I have great eyes for this, But that's what you need to do. This is something that doesn't need to be demolished because it's in harm's way. Everything is down there. It's what they believe is a better solution than trying to deal with elevating what's there. And, I don't think the inspection department, no one's telling them from the city side, you gotta, or the code, that you've got to replace it because it's in harm's way.
Okay.
But I do think that it would be good, not just for this project, but for exactly what you're saying, to actually bring Paul Garand into the HDC and review and discuss the nature of it. I do think that if this house wasn't in the flood zone, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. But because it is, that it's under a lot of pressure because of that, and because of the federal requirements, that he is then therefore going to be under more pressure in terms of his judgments. So because then it gets fed, because he becomes the sort of the unpaid servant of the DEP and of FEMA. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would say we need to be better educated to make decisions about this.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
wondering
schedule
what-
a site walk.
I'm wondering what
Start.
we're looking. If we're going to schedule a site walk, could we schedule it for 6 o'clock? I don't want a 5:30 site walk where John sits around for an hour waiting.
I'm sure we can do that.
Yeah.
Whatever suits you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you need to come and have a look at it
Yeah.
and review the condition of it and the nature of it.
Is there a
If no
basement?
other reason than to educate ourselves, so we can help the next people also.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, this is an example of, I mean, I've, not in Portsmouth, I sort of deal with a flood-related thing once a year, so I sort of know enough to be dangerous, but I'm not like a civil engineer who's dealing with it on a more regular basis. But it's a problem, it's definitely a problem, because it's not just, so simplistically we're talking about having, say, the top of the foundation above this base flood elevation, but you can't have any mechanical components within the basement that's within, below that level. You can have, the wood can stop there, but you can't put a boiler down there or any other piece of mechanical equipment or have a duct going into that space. There's like a hard line is drawn through the house that nothing can be below.
There's many ways to remedy that without replacing the house.
Yes.
I mean,
right.
It's all a function of money at the end of the day as to whether you retrofit what you've got or it's not worth it and you replace it. I think you're advocating the latter, and I think that's why the site walk is critical.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okey-doke. So.
Continuance?
Well, are there public?
Yeah.
Public.
Public? Public want to speak about this?
It's been a long night for all of us, I know, but,
Education though, right?
Yeah.
so, again, I'm Janine McCoy. I live at 499 Marcy Street, which is right at the end of Holmes Court, where this house is at the other end. And I share your depression. And I completely understand that, remediation has to happen. We all knew what we were getting into, 30 years ago or 30 days ago in terms of where we were buying and what we were buying. And this part of the waterfront is iconic. It is in all kinds of paintings and pictures and photographs of Portsmouth. And I just feel that something much closer to what is there now is more appropriate, particularly in the historic district. And so I welcome our new neighbors and hate to make fuss over this, but I really, someone mentioned all the windows on the water. Of course, that's what you want when you're there, but it is a very different appearance than what's there now, and it's not a large Victorian, but it is definitely not, anything like what's there now. So that's my comment. Thank you.
This is the Fuss Commission, so feel free.
You all deserve a medal for what you do, but anyway, thank you.
Anyone else over there? You've been waiting all night? Good.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, thanks.
Deborah Black. I live at 24 Holmes Court, so I live in the greenhouse.
Oh.
That's right in your alleyway. And I would agree, I certainly understand that if you have a home that is not going to be functional and you need to make changes, you know, that may need to happen, and I respect that. But I would echo Janine's comments that I would like to see something a little more consistent with what the homes are there. That looks a little more contemporary to me, and maybe it wouldn't be oftentimes when you see the actual drawings that are closer to, you know, these are just drawings, so I understand that. That would be my preference. The other thing, I just have a couple of questions. Selfishly, we have a view of our kitchen and bedroom window right now that looks down that street. Where will the house sit on the existing footprint? Is it moving over? Is it going to be
show that
settled in the same spot?
It's in the same spot.
So it does.
Yeah,
So the footprint
yeah.
doesn't change.
Yeah.
It's just,
Well, the footprint changes because it's been increased from 14 feet to 18 feet. If you go to the site plan, yeah. It doesn't. You can see. So that's the proposed. It's highlighted, but I've left the dotted line which shows where the existing is. So.
So the front porch is the green. Is that the green where the current front porch is?
Yeah, that's actually blue, but no, that's actually a deck. The front porch. If you move the cursor up a little bit, yep. Oh, sorry. Where? A bit towards you, Nick. So
That's me.
Yeah, actually, see how
about towards the water?
I'm sorry. Yeah. The existing front porch is essentially the left-hand couch in the arrangement there. See the family room? Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's where the existing front porch is. And then the porch that goes across on the Sanders side is in the same location. That's really.
Is it here?
Yeah, that's now an enclosed porch. So it's still a porch.
So is that moving, or is that going to be?
No, it's in the same.
So this wall's in the same plane.
Yeah, it's in the same plane
It's
as
in the same
existing.
plane,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the in terms of if you're at Holmes Court,
Yep.
the house itself is grown larger, but the addition is to the left. You can see that that's extended about another 2 feet across. So that's really the significant change. Although at the same time, the house has been lifted up.
Right.
By 2 feet, and the other thing is that it's still a minimal second floor, so I think I've got 6'2" at the outside walls, so that once you've come in, it's gone the absolute minimum, so we can get we can meet our 6'8" where we need to for bathrooms, etc. at the second floor level, but it's definitely taller. So
I think I'm hearing no more water from my kitchen, but maybe from my bedroom.
But can you see? Are you seeing the water from the side or over the top of it?
No, we see from our kitchen and our upstairs bedroom. We see our windows are there's just a little like a nice view down that. We're in the green hat. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't
that's
think.
Not really.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to, unless you're looking over the top of the existing house, which I don't think it would be, then it's not really going to affect that. Because it can't be the left-hand view, it's got to be the right-hand view. Yeah.
As part of your preparations for the sidewalk, maybe some stakes
Yeah, sure.
to mark a couple of spots.
Yeah.
That way
Yeah.
everybody could be
Right.
a little bit more
Yeah.
certain about what you
Yeah.
were saying.
She's looking down here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
And
not
this is only a
changing, yeah.
single-story.
Right, and which is
So.
Yeah, although that in itself, the floor of that
I get it.
will come
It's all
up because
going
of the
up.
flood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll see under it.
maybe. Put it on stilts.
Put it on stilts.
Yeah.
Welcome to Florida.
Right. All right. Thank
Thank you.
Crazy Beach.
Anyone else? Tough people on Holmes Court.
Yeah.
Hi, Nick.
How are you?
You know me well.
Yep.
My name is Brenda Bouchard. I live at 33 Holmes Court, and welcome to you. So I'm a direct abutter. And I just want to echo what Janine and Deb had to say, as well as what you had to say, Reagan. It's really, really sad in terms of the city and you know, that we're going to start losing these things. I often go up to the bridge on Newcastle Avenue and look back at our neighborhood, which is so photographed. It's such a photographed neighborhood, and I think of it as like a bouquet of flowers, and you know, all the diverse colors and the beauty of the neighborhood. And this house sits right at the point, obviously, of our neighborhood. So I just wanted to say that welcome. But I do echo what everybody has to say, and I did want to touch on one other point, and that is that I just, as Nick knows, did a pretty big renovation to my house, and it obviously did not meet code. And I remember Paul being at my house and saying, well, you know, I have to pass this because otherwise your staircase from the second floor would go right out into the street. So I definitely, and there were many things in my house that wouldn't pass today's code, but you know, I couldn't tear it down, so. Thank you all for listening.
Thanks.
Thanks for waiting.
All right. So I guess we need.
You want to continue it, right?
So move.
Next month?
Yeah, well, actually, one thing I just thought, it wouldn't work at a site visit, but should we try and get Paul to do a review of the house before your site visit?
To what end? To
Yeah.
what end?
To give his assessment of what he might be willing to approve and not.
Well, you decide if you want to do that.
So we just do that
Like-
separately, and then we sort of give you a report of as to what it
We can talk about it.
Yeah.
We can talk
Okay.
to Paul.
So would you want to come back next month, or do you?
is. Oh, yeah, no, I think we should do the site visit and then come back next month. Because I'll just, again, I was being conservative, again, because, of course, by putting the dormers back on, it is going to possibly affect the view coming down the side. So I can just put the dormers back on and...
Now that they've left, we can say that.
Yeah. I mean, I
Well, does everybody feel that way? I think two people mentioned the Gothic dormers. Is that what you guys want them to do?
I'd like to see you play around with it, or at least
Yeah,
see
I
what
mean,
it looks like.
well, the next obvious step is to just put the Gothic dormers back on, and then we're less likely to get the opinion that the house is not what it is, which is essentially a slightly enlarged replica of what's there.
I heard a pretty strong concern here and more from there about the contemporary windows on the back and how picturesque the shoreline is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And this will stand out. I'm not saying it's my position or yours, but it's what we've heard, and it's no different than the dormers. You've got to do your, you know, that definitely came out as a theme.
Put some small panes in there, and everybody will be happy.
He's
Yeah.
a smart guy. Figure it out.
So did we do the vote on the? No.
Dave has a motion, second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and motion to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I never fell apart twice.
Hey, it's not even midnight.
Not even.